Russ.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Planning and Transportation Commission regular meeting of Wednesday, August 9th. And Ms. Dow, could you take the roll call?
Chair Suma,
Here.
Vice Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Aiken,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Rectal,
Here.
and Commissioner Templeton is absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I'm wondering if there's any members of the public that would like to speak to items that are not on the agenda.
I have not received any speaker cards or raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to staff. Are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
Not for tonight's agenda, no.
Thank you so much. And then if you want to do the city report, that would be great.
Yes, good evening. Amy French, Chief Planning Official. So we are talking about the upcoming Planning and Transportation Commission agendas, which we do publish in your report. Though we had noted an upcoming meeting on August 30th, we plan for some updates to our municipal code. It's a process that we are not completed, and we want to make sure we have a good product to bring forward and in a timely manner. So we are going to put that item off until September 27th. And with that, I am suggesting that we consider canceling the August 30th meeting. And so if there's a comments on that, I would entertain this.
You don't need a vote from us at all,
No.
do you? Okay. Did anyone want to comment on canceling? Go ahead.
I would, I think, Ms. French, what you're saying is without that item on the agenda, we right now don't have anything on the agenda,
Correct.
correct? Yeah. So I guess we have 3 items on tonight's agenda, and I'm wondering if we just wait till the end of this evening to make sure none of them get pushed over to August 30th rather than decide now that it's off and then have to put
Sure.
it back on at the end of the meeting. So that's, but I've got no objection. If none of these items that we're dealing with tonight get pushed to August 30th, then I'm fine.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And then as far as just a recap, we did have our first council meeting back for this session now, starting up again on Monday night, August 7th. Some of you may have followed the Castellea TDM program, which many of you were involved in reviewing when that came through Planning and Transportation Commission. That went to the council, was continued to date uncertain for additional work. And there probably was something else on the agenda, but that's what I was paying attention to. So, and then let's see, we do have a changeover for who's representing in August from the Planning and Transportation Commission. That's Chair Suma. And then in September, we'll have board member Commissioner Heckman. Thank you. Representing.
Great. Do we have anyone else from staff who wants to report out? I don't know if it doesn't look like it, but
Raphael is present. If you wanted
okay.
to say any comments.
Hi, I'm Rafael Rios, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation. I don't have any major updates. The Charleston Rascadero Corridor project is still underway, but some signal work will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. So there may be intermittent traffic control going on with that project as it gets closer to completion. But other than that, I don't have too many or any other project updates.
okay. Thank you for that. And it sounds like it concludes our report. And do any of my colleagues have questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I don't know that any of you have noticed, but in the last couple of days, they have taken down the Ming's Restaurant building. And those of you who are on the commission will remember that path along the frontage road. And there was an issue of concern to the Planning Commission about a lovely row of trees that are there and would be inconsistent with a 10-foot bike path, multi-use path, bike and pedestrian. And I'm not certain of our motion, but I thought it was to, investigate perhaps a somewhat more narrow shared path that could accommodate retaining those trees. And so I'm just wondering, we have transportation here, if anybody happens to know how that ultimately played out with the city council, what the final width of that was, and really whether the trees were able to be retained.
Rafael Rios again. I don't know what the outcome of the final decision for the project was, but I do know for a two-way kind of mixed-use path, 10 feet is generally the minimum. Anything less than that, you would have like a wide sidewalk, essentially. So, but specific to the project, I'm not sure the outcome myself, but we can get back to you on it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
I had a question about the El Camino repaving. I was on it today and it was really bad. And I'm worried that, so getting middle of summer, we're going to have rain soon, hopefully. And that's going to be really ugly if can't fix the potholes before fall. So do you have a status update on the repaving?
I don't. That's being done by Caltrans, but I do know that our utilities department, they're also trying to squeeze in some underground utility replacements ahead of the repaving also. So it's kind of a tight fit. You're trying to coordinate.
Okay, keep us in the loop though.
Okay.
Anything else from my colleagues? Okay, then we will get down to our first action item, which is a public hearing quasi judicial on 575 Los Trancos Road, which is a request for major site and design review to allow for the construction of a new 7,000 single family home with an accessory dwelling unit and other associated site improvements. So staff, do you have a report for us?
Introducing, although she's been here before, Emily, and her last name, she will say herself.
Hi, good evening. I'm Emily Callis. I'm the staff planner for 575 Los Trancos. This is a major site and design review project, and I will go over the process, although this project has been before the PTC previously. So this is the process for review and approval of development in an environmentally sensitive area, in this case, the open space zoning district adjacent to Los Trancos Creek. And so this design process is to take into account any negative aesthetics factors, excessive noise, increased traffic, or other disruptions in order to assure that the use and development will be harmonious with other uses in the vicinity and be compatible with our objectives in the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. In addition to being reviewed by the PTC, you will be recommended to give a recommendation to City Council for their approval. This site is a 5.38 acre vacant property, again, adjacent to Los Trancos Creek, but also adjacent to the town of Portola Valley. As you can see in the image on the right, it is more or less on our city limits. The proposed project includes a 7,110 square foot house and 895 square foot ADU. The zoning is open space district, and it was previously reviewed by the PTC in August of last year and January earlier this year. At that time, council provided a recommendation that the house be moved further away from the creek, and then it was returned to you here tonight. The next couple of slides will summarize council's comments and how they were addressed in the most recent resubmittal. The first was to move the house further from the creek. 150 feet was discussed, as there is a comprehensive plan policy suggesting that we reevaluate our mandatory setback from the creek, which right now is 20 feet. And so 50 feet was the recommendation that council settled on for the distance between the creek and the house. And so the walls of the house have been moved to be at least 50 feet from the top of bank, although there are some corners of the building where the roof overhang is less than 50 feet away. In order to accomplish this, the overall size of the house was reduced slightly, and the portion that was allocated to the second floor was increased. Additionally, the pool remains in approximately its same proposed location. Another part of the council motion was to add bird-safe glazing treatment as recommended by one of the comment letters we received on the CEQA document. And so the facade facing the creek has been reduced in terms of glazing. There's only one small window, and other non-egress windows on the second floor now have decorative wood slat screens, which will decrease the likelihood of bird strikes. Additionally, with the wildlife and the open space in mind, there was a council recommendation to minimize nighttime lighting along the creek and minimize lighting in other locations, as well as using a warmer light temperature and not allowing light after 11 p.m. And so windows facing the creek, as I previously mentioned, were reduced. Lighting fixtures have been moved away from windows on the interior, and the windows will be required to have shades that automatically come down in the evenings. And so condition of approval number 8 has been updated to include this, and also to include the color temperature and nighttime shutoff. Additionally, a light shield wall has been added to the driveway to prevent light from car headlights from shining into the creek. Next was the comment to eliminate fencing that could impede wildlife movement. And so fencing has been reduced. No fencing is proposed for most of the property. The swimming pool will use an automatic safety cover to meet the safety requirements rather than a fence. And as mentioned earlier, similar to a fence is the wall that will block headlights along the driveway. The next comment was to update the arborist report, which has been done. I believe in one of the prior meetings, there was some inconsistency with how many trees were on the site versus shown in the plans. And so the site currently has 82 trees. Again, this is a 5-acre site, so there is a lot of space for trees. 37 trees are protected species, and they are being protected in place. And 1 protected tree is dead and proposed for removal. The rest of the trees are not protected species, but will be remaining on the site. This slide shows the old site plan on the left and the new site plan on the right. I tried to get them as close to the same size as possible, but I did have to eyeball it a little bit. So I apologize if the scale isn't exactly the same. Additionally, on the site plan on the right, it shows the outline where the prior approval was. So it is showing that the walls are now at least 50 feet away from the creek. Likewise, this slide shows you can see there is now increased second floor relative to the first floor. But overall, the height and silhouette of the house is fairly similar, along as well as are the materials. And this shows the south and west elevations. The west elevation is the one facing the creek. And so you can see that there is now only 1 second floor window, with most of the glazing being on the other sides. In terms of environmental review, an initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared and circulated around the same time as the prior Planning Commission meeting last year. After that comment period, a response to comments was prepared, and it has also been updated taking into account the changes that were made to the plans. However, no additional significant impacts or mitigations were identified as a result of these plan changes. Of course, now that the house is slightly further away from the creek, there is less of a concern of environmental impact. And so our recommendation is to recommend approval of the proposed site and design review to the City Council based on the objectives, open space design criteria, and conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. In terms of any questions for staff, we have the CEQA consultant available, and the applicant is also here to give a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callis. And does the applicant have a presentation? Okay.
Do I have to share screen?
Just remind us of your name and
Oh,
make
sure.
sure you speak into the microphone so
Oh,
we can
yes.
hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, okay. Let me share screen first. Okay, hi, my name is Leonard. I'm with LNAI Architecture, and we're the architects for this project. I just wanted to, on behalf of the owner and myself, I wanted to thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to represent our single-family home on Los Trancos this evening. As you probably know, and as Emily described, our team has been working on this for more than 2.5 years now, starting late 2020. And so from the very beginning, we've tried to collaborate very closely with the city, the fire department, the planning department, from the very beginning, meeting all the requirements. As Emily mentioned, we actually came before PTC about a year ago in August, and we worked closely with the city and the PTC. We received planning staff report and I think a 4-1 approval back then from PTC for the project. This past January, we presented to City Council, as Emily mentioned, and the discussion actually moved towards general concerns with the city's own internal policies with regards to creek setbacks and I believe the future master plan. And so the conclusion was they asked us, I suppose as a subset of that framework and discussion, to redesign our home and apply a significantly deeper setback than the current 20 feet requirement in the OS district, which we complied with last time. So given that the site is actually extremely constrained, this required us to really take some time to redevelop and redesign and rework the entire northern portion of the home. And so again, we're thankful to have the opportunity to represent. And I thought it might be helpful to just recap briefly how we are complying with the open space criteria, as well as the changes that in 5 acres. Los Trancos is really a beautiful enclave site, as shown here, shielded by lush vegetation and dense mature trees all around. Deferential to the overall surroundings, our new home, really from the beginning, we try to preserve this natural and beautiful context. And so we tried to carefully place the home in this blue, I don't know if it's visible, but in this natural clearing right here to minimize environmental impact and disturbance, not only to all the wonderful oaks around, but also to the creek, obviously. The surrounding area is not unoccupied. There's a large home, a neighbor to our north, and then a lot of homes on the other side of the creek over in Portillo Valley. And so the overall fabric it's OS district, but a residential fabric overall with surrounding homes all around. And so I think in terms of design, even from the beginning and also continuing now, we really tried to focus on the open space design criteria and working with this highly constrained site, even though the overall site is very large, where we're operating is actually very, very small. And so just generally speaking, we have the TPZs and the existing oaks on the east side that really carve out this irregular shape clearing here. And then we have the creek, obviously, to the west. And so we focused on cluster development, localizing all our the home right here, minimizing grading in the natural clearing. The site, as you can see, is well shielded as beautiful natural greenery that shields it from all sides for great privacy, both looking in and looking out. This is our new design, as Emily showed, and we continue to try to decompose the plan into much smaller volumes and more intimate outdoor spaces to break down massing and kind of be in character with the surrounding. I think in elevation, we really try to use low flat roof forms, low terraced roof forms that step down gracefully. The blue line is actually the elevation of the street, Los Trencos, and so where our elevation of our house is actually already a full story below the street level. And so I suppose that means the second story would appear more like a one story above the street level. So we're paying attention to the natural topography as well. In terms of materials, we really love the character of the surrounding oaks. And so we're really trying to create a very natural and quiet, soft-spoken material palette that picks up the natural tones of the oak groves, a darker wood, earth-colored plaster, and darker tones to kind of not be more soft-spoken within this context. And also, as Emily mentioned, the material palette kind of using softer materials, natural materials to blend in with the wood. From a tree standpoint, there are 80 plus trees in the vicinity of of the clearing, and we're keeping almost all of them. We're removing 2 dead trees and removing I believe 3 non-native species that are not protected. And so we're keeping almost all the trees that we can around the site. We're working with a wonderful landscape architect, In Situ Design, who's really creating a wonderful light touch landscape with a lot of permeability and really only using California and local native plantings as well. The immediate neighbors all seem very supportive, and we have a support letter from our closest neighbor to the north. And so I think for this last portion, I just wanted to focus on the changes that have happened since the last time we came before PTC. This is our proposed plan. And I think most of the focus was the setback to the creek. And so as Emily already mentioned, as you can see, hopefully here, it's kind of light. The orange line is where we used to be. And even back then, we complied with the zoning criteria. We were 20 feet from the top of bank, which is a little bit deceptive because it's really a grade break. It is a top of bank, but I think, which is this darker blue line here. But if you consider that the actual creek is another 15 to 20 feet, I think that's something to consider as well. And so the green edge, hopefully that's visible, is how we've reduced the building significantly. And so we're 50 feet now from the top of the grade break and probably 65 to 70 feet from the actual creek. And Emily and I actually met on site during the torrential downpours that we had this past winter in January, and right after a 3-day continuous storm. And we went and looked at the creek, and that's a 150-year storm or something. And the level of the creek is still around the bottom of the valley. So I guess what we're calling the top of bank, the creek never reaches that ever. It's really kind of staying along the property line around the 515 topo. So I thought there was a little bit of confusion, I think, in the council meeting on that. So I thought that was helpful to just clarify. And so with the 50-foot setback to the top of the grade break, we're really like 65, 70 feet from the actual creek. So obviously, I think we all think that's an improvement in terms of having a light touch on that side. Some other things that were mentioned, obviously, is nighttime lighting. As Emily mentioned, we worked hard to get rid of as many windows as we can. It's mostly a blank facade on this side. We have a slat screen here that shields traffic light and just general glare from the creek. But it's not a piecemeal design. We really wanted to reintegrate that into the architecture of the home. And so these kind of slat screens we're also using, as you can see in this view. We're using that as an architectural element throughout to run the screens, add some tactility, go over the glass, better protection for the birds, and hopefully create still a wonderful architecture, even though we're trying to work with all these constraints. And so coupled with these screens and more subtle strategies of roof overhang, trellises, articulated building geometry, we're essentially coming up with a multifaceted approach in terms of the bird safety. And so in conclusion, I think all along and at every step of the way, we've tried to do everything by the book and try to work carefully with the city, the zoning, codes, the planning, the fire, and the council recommendations. We still think and hope our project will be really wonderful, deferential to the overall beauty and context along Los Trancos, carefully situated to be respectful to all the surrounding trees and oaks that we're keeping, as well as to the seasonal creek to the east. And so we continue to envision a soft-spoken home, a carefully crafted home, in character with the surrounding homes, nestled into the site and in keeping with the beautiful natural setting of Los Trancos. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And so I'm going to go to my colleagues and see if there are any clarifying questions either for the applicant or staff before we go to the public. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple of quick questions. One of the new requirements is that the glazing meet the American Bird Conservancy threat factor rating of 15. And that's a new terminology for me. And so for example, I don't know if 16 is better or less. So is maybe just a little bit of an explanation to help me understand, what it is and why 15 is the sweet spot.
So let me pull up that. Okay, right. So the way that the American Bird Conservancy threat factor works is a lower number is less of a threat and a higher number is a higher threat. The recommendation of 15 did come from a comment we received on the initial study mitigated negative declaration, but it is very, very high. In order to meet this, you would have to have like a screen in front of a window with openings that are no more than 2 inches by 2 inches. We think that there has been a significant improvement and that the risk factor has been reduced compared to the prior submittals, but that the specific rating of 15 would be a standard that may be disproportionate to this type of project.
And then on that same topic, I'd like to ask the applicant's representative, that's the standard that is being proposed, and is the applicant comfortable abiding by that?
I think our general approach is, from a glazing standpoint, I think that's the last resort. We really try to take a more bigger picture approach to the overall bird safety. And so obviously a wall would be the best, right? Like it's clearly not glazing, but for code, obvious reasons, light and ventilation, comfort of the interior occupants, especially for residents, we have to have a certain amount of glazing. And so what we really try to do is, before we even go to that last resort of just relying on like these invisible technology coatings that the glass has where only the birds can see, although it's still visible to humans at certain angles, we wanted to integrate our bird safety measures more, hopefully more adroitly into the design and use it as a catalyst for these wood slat screens that have benefits for light, benefit for tactility, benefits for blending in the building into the surrounding kind of oak fabric. And so we really use the slat screens, and with the slat screens running in front of the glass, we think that's even better than just a topical film, right? Because there's still probably a chance at certain angles that it wouldn't work. And so we tried to take that to heart. I think we also, I think this is probably harder to read, but we're taking some more subtle strategies where if we extend a roof overhang over the glazing, it cuts the reflection, right? And so if it's not reflective, then the bird won't think it is three-dimensional space to continue into. And so we have extensive roof overhangs and trellises that cover that. So I think between those different measures, we're really trying to attack it even before it gets to the point of glazing.
So then to follow up on that, so staff has looked at the slats and the roof overhang, and we have a design that's been submitted that we're looking to make a recommendation on. Is staff satisfied that the design will meet this 15 factor as designed? What I want to avoid is some bad surprise on the back end where you think you're in compliance and it turns out you have to go order a different product. So I'm trying to get a commitment from the city that what you've done is right and works, or if it doesn't, let's get that on the table so you know it up front.
So in our research for this, we did find that most commercially available, even with what is typically, fritted glass, something that's intrinsic to the glass, a lot of what's commercially available is rated 20 or 25. It is very difficult to get a rating of 15. But council was incorporating what was recommended in a letter from the public.
Okay, so let me end my questions on that now. I think I'll want to talk about it when we come back for comments later. My other question in the staff report, and it's been mentioned here, that, and I think it's the west facing elevation, there's only one small window. And I'd like an understanding, and maybe we could pull up that elevation so I could understand where that window is.
Sure.
And basically, what else is on that facade that's not glass?
Right here, right? Is it still, can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
can zoom in, please.
I'm just zooming in. This is the west, this is the west elevation right here. In the elevation drawing is kind of hard to perceive depth, especially in the digital age, because we don't have line weights. But I think these areas, sorry, I'm having problems with my mouse. These areas are recessed way back. So the kind of west elevation under discussion really is this portion right here. If you can see, I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yeah, that's that protrusion that you maybe showed in an earlier slide, if I can call it that.
Well, previously it was a protrusion, and now it's even way back.
Right.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But still.
Exactly at that area,
Yeah,
at that area.
Okay. And so everything else is farther.
Yeah,
back.
everything else, the 2D drawings are tough because
Yeah.
there's so much depth to the relief of the building.
So where your cursor is now,
Mhm.
I think is behind, there's a yard.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. So this is probably another 50 to 70 feet back from this elevation. Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then what material is along that face that's behind the yard, that the yard is between that face and the creek?
I'll go to the plan really quick. Hopefully that would help. So what we were just talking about, I believe, is that the rectangle that I circled is this portion.
Yeah.
And then the portion I think you're asking about is back here. Yeah.
Correct.
Mhm.
So yeah, where the main house meets the outdoor patio,
Mhm.
what is that? Are there windows there?
Yeah, yeah. This is a
Okay.
sliding sliding
Okay.
door. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I was frankly concerned initially that you could only have, you had only one small window facing any part of the creek, but now I'm understanding that it's this small area that is closest to the creek
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that where we just.
Where
have the
it's,
window.
we're now like probably 65, 70 feet from the creek proper. And then the home, I mean, that's the closest point, right? The rest of the home would be substantially more, at least 100 feet, 120 feet back from that.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiken and then Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. So in fact, you zeroed in on some of the things that were of concern to me as well. There's an awful lot of glazing on the first floor, and I was curious as to what bird safety treatment was used there. So am I correct in understanding that mostly it's physical disposition of the glass behind other architectural elements that should inform the birds that a surface is approaching?
Yes, I think we have different approaches. In some cases, usually I think on the second floor where I think the risk is greater. I mean, we're a single family home, so it's not like a commercial building where they have vast expanses like a skyscraper of glass, right? We're talking about, I mean, compared to a commercial project, relatively smaller expanses of glass, right? But in general, we intentionally tried to use the slat screens more on the second floor. And on the first floor, where there's a lower risk, we have other strategies. That entire a great room area with outdoor patio has a significant trellis that extends over it. And so just if you imagine, just contextually, a bird will know that that's not open space because the trellis is above, is clearly coming into this cavernous area. The trellis, because it shades the glass cuts the reflection. And so that phenomenon of reflection as 3D space is dealt with in that way.
Okay. I have some personal experience with this as I have a house with a glass wall and a expanded metal trellis above. I still get bird strikes on the first floor. So it's, I hope in your case with a more extensive trellis system, that will be less of a problem. The glazing, particularly on the west side, are there shades for the sliding doors?
Yes, yes.
And just out of curiosity, is the operation of those automated?
That's the plan, yeah. Just have
Okay,
it automated
good.
as easy as, I mean, just manually, it'd be quite a chore, I think. So that's always the plan, yeah.
Yeah, and this segues into my second set of questions, which are about light emission. Were there any quantitative standards that you sought to meet for emission, particularly towards the creek side?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Were there any quantitative standards that you sought to meet for intensity of light emission towards the creek from the sliding glass area?
Oh, I see. I think with lighting, I think what's usually most effective is to minimize the glazing. So that's what we really focused on with the shade strategy. As Emily mentioned, we're not locating any of the lights near. And so if that single window on the second floor where it's closest, hopefully that should have minimal impact. And then in terms of the portion of the building that's much farther, the light decay would obviously be much better from that distance.
Okay. I appreciated the description about the light shield wall for the entry court area. As an entering vehicle makes the hairpin turn on the driveway to turn towards the house, it looks like there's a stretch where a car's headlights would also shine directly into the creek. Did you consider a light shield there? And if so, yeah, you're directly below your cursor now.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, given the topography there, it looked like that might still result in some exposure. Did you decide that wasn't needed? And if so, what was the rationale?
Yeah, actually, I mean, as you probably know, the survey only surveyed the kind of larger diameter trees. And so obviously there's a lot of vegetation on the site that I don't think is actually on a drawing basis is reflected. And so there's quite a bit of vegetation and shielding here, at least, when we went to the site. And so we didn't think that it was necessarily an issue. I also believe the creek generally follows the, it's very thick actually over there. So I believe the creek generally follows the property line. And so based on our site walk, I think the creek also starts to diverge away from that area. So I think that coupled with the significant brush and vegetation there, it wasn't an opening as the drawing would suggest, but it's much more closed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. That's all I have for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Okay, thank you to Commissioners Heckman and Aiken for for asking many of my questions. To follow on regarding the bird safe glazing, could Mr. Ng or Ms. Callis please? Actually, I found Ms. Callis, thank you so much for providing those before and after side by sides of the elevations and of the site plan. I found that tremendously helpful and really appreciated the effort you took to put that together. And so I guess I'm asking if either of you could pull up the elevations and then kind of walk through the glazing and for the portions that are, if you could show us for all sides of the house, because I appreciate that the applicant has tried to minimize glazing on the second floor, but bird strikes happen everywhere, first floor and second floor. So if you could kind of go through the different areas and describe, because I'm very bad at reading plans, describe for us as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And so I think we have some extensive areas, and let's see if I can do a better job here.
And it might be helpful also for you to toggle back and forth between the overhead, because then we can sort of see, the contextual where the building's jutting out versus going in,
okay.
as well as the elevation. Because I think, like you said, it's very hard to see the 3D element of it.
Sure. Yeah. The traditional elevation doesn't tell the whole story because it's so flat.
Right.
Let me see if I can get there. Am I going the right way? Maybe I can use this one.
Okay, so I think I understood on that side with the side facing the creek, that there's one portion that kind of juts out, and then in the little courtyard with the lawn, those windows are actually really far back. But then I think I can't tell, how far is that trellis extending out, and how much are you relying on the trellis?
I see.
Because there's a lot of glazing.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can do it kind of a workman-like manner. Okay, so
thank you.
The portion that's closest to the creek, we're obviously very in tune with that and try to use as much opaque wall as possible. Okay, and then let's kind of go counterclockwise. We have slat screens that run across this area. Can you see my cursor?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you can see or not see. We can see your cursor. Okay, so there's a slat screen running across here. There's overhang, and this is indented with, planting, et cetera. So would be very difficult to come through here because there's just building all around. So this is kind of a cove with lots of interference. So I don't think that would be a likely area. This is the great room, of course, and this one has a significant overhang. The trellis, I believe, is like 10 to 12 feet deep. It's quite large, quite deep.
It's quite large. Okay.
Yeah. It's not a mini one. It's a big one. And so I think similarly, the second unit, I'm not sure if that's part of the ADU. I'm not sure how it works in terms of review, but we have a very, very broad overhang. The roof overhang is extremely broad here, and so that also covers a lot of the first floor windows over here. Not much window on this side at all. This is a garage, not much. There's some glazing here, but we have new landscaping here that's going to create a nice level of interference. And then these are mainly just punch windows, like just smaller punch windows underneath a second floor overhang. And so that cancels out reflection on this side. So it's really, when we go through the project, I mean, we don't want to just, we want to be specific to each instance and really try to come up with a customized strategy while integrating it with the architectural design and the interior experience and all that. So we're really trying to integrate it with different approaches, if that makes sense.
Okay, so then if you go back to the elevation on that side, because I think when
Mhm.
I looked at it at the elevation, my reaction was that's a lot of glazing for the great room, but now I understand that there's the trellis over it. And then there's another section that looked like a lot of glazing.
Oh, is it
I think
yeah,
we're
so
looking for the west elevation.
west.
I
Oh,
think it's
right
the
here.
ADU.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So here we have that really large trellis over here. And
Yes,
then
yes.
this looks like a lot of glazing, but we have a really large roof overhang on this side as well. And so it really cancels out the reflections from that side.
And it's similarly deep. Is it
It's
also
very
kind of a
deep.
10, 12 feet kind of?
Yeah, I think it's like it ranges from like I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's somewhere between like 8 feet to 14 feet in that range. I mean, it varies.
Okay,
It varies on
yeah.
one side and the other.
And what about on the second floor? We can see a little bit of the glazing peeking up above,
Yeah, well,
behind.
yeah. So this is clerestory window, which is important to bring light in. And so the nature of this, it's a lower expanse. There's a little bit of roof overhang. There's obviously there's the big trellis right here. So I
Uh-huh.
would say compared to like a commercial or skyscraper building where you have a beautiful glazed curtain wall, but there's no context at all for a bird to like know that that's not three-dimensional space. I think here we have a lot of stuff going on. We have the roof over here, we have the trellis over here, we have the building mass over here. And so they'd really have to try to wedge in between these two horizontal planes. They would see these horizontal planes and they would know that something doesn't, I would imagine, I'm not a bird, but I would think that it's enough warning and danger proximity to know that that's not open space as opposed to like a curtain wall facade in a larger building, kind of more like skyscraper glazing and that kind of thing.
Okay. Can we take a look at the south elevation too?
Sure.
Because there was something that
South.
concerned me on that side, and so I just want the detail and explanation. So on
I
the
believe this
south, on
is
the
the
second
south.
floor,
Yes.
it looks like a lot of glazing to me, but maybe I'm not understanding what's going on
Yeah,
there.
so this is we're utilizing slat screens here. We're utilizing slat screens here. Again, sorry for the 2D elevations, but this area is actually recessed in. So this is a deck and a roof overhang. So this is essentially a deep alcove that carves into the building. And so because of that and all the interference all around, we think it kind of minimizes mistaking it for like sky, like pure sky, because of the shadow cancellation and all the interference around. And then this, it's hard to read in the 2D, but this is actually a very deep recess into the building. So they'd have to go into this cavernous tunnel-like space. And with all the shadow cancellation from the building self-shading itself, it just won't be a highly reflective area, we believe.
To interrupt a tad, sorry. The area that Leonard is currently describing might be best shown on the floor plan on sheet A 2.5.
Okay. Or even on the site plan here, it's this indent right here.
Oh, okay, I understand now.
Yeah,
right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not very good at reading these plans, but when I looked at it, it kind of gave me pause with all the windows. Okay, now I understand.
I'm old school too. I'm like printed plans are often better than the PDFs because you can't see line weight very well.
Okay, and then sorry, going back to so I think that helps me understand the south elevation. And then can we quickly look at the east elevation?
Sure.
I'm sorry to go through this, but I just am wanting to be
Oh,
responsive to the
no.
feedback and make sure that we understand what's going on.
No problem. So this is the
Yes.
east elevation. So the ADU is mostly opaque with roof overhang, small windows, clerestory window. we don't show it fully here, but this is kind of like a landscape garden area. So our hope is that this will have a lot of new trees and planting here, creating interference in addition to this being fully recessed, indented into the building again with roof overhangs. Obviously, this area is mostly solid and with overhang. And then this is an entire area where we're also adding the screen to cover over the second floor windows, alternating with solid.
Bottom section being the landscape area is very helpful. Thank you very much for that.
Mhm.
And then finally, on the north elevation,
Yes, yes.
there's like those big tall windows. I think there's a tree in front of it.
Yeah, yeah. And so this was, I think, again, we're using like a faceted strategy for, as you can see, the big expanses, I think we're trying to use our slat screen strategy at the second floor. On the first floor, we have smaller punch windows and significant overhangs that will shield. This area is recessed way in and kind of carved in much farther along. This is kind of a stair window, and there are trees in front as well. And then this is a blank facade, and then these are kind of smaller windows towards the back as well that we're probably with the shades and with the shadowing of the building, it should be pretty cutting the reflection down in that regard.
Okay, so for the stair windows, like the tree that you're showing there's an actual tree there. It's not a artistic rendering of.
No, I think there's existing. That's one of the big trees, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time to go through that. I mean, it makes me feel a lot better about the. I did quickly Google what bird safety factor 15 was and did see that kind of most of the references were 20, 25, 30 rather than 15. So I also saw the same thing that Ms. Callis said. I spent a lot of time. I do have more questions, but I'll yield so that if other people have questions, they can ask them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rekdal?
Yeah, I had a follow-up of those elevations. So we do have a lot of windows here. Are there any cases where the windows are on opposite sides and a bird can see through the house?
I'm sorry, can you say that? The bird can see through the house?
Yeah, are there any windows where a bird flying could see through the house? See, so its line of sight would go in one window, through the house, and out another window. Like in that great room, it looked like there was windows on both sides.
There are windows on both sides, but I think with the new landscape on that side, I don't think that would be the effect. I don't think they would want to fly through. I actually think glass in the daytime is surprisingly opaque, as you guys probably know. And so I think it's really trying to cut the reflection of the ambient reflection on the surface of the glass. I think it's the mirror-like quality of the glass that makes it seem like there's depth that the bird would try to fly through in the daytime, because the glass is really not that transparent in the daytime with the low E coatings and the nature of reflections and stuff like that.
But so are you saying there aren't cases where they can see through or not?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just thinking off the top of my head. I think one would be the great room, as you pointed out, but we have like a garden space there. So it's not like they would fly through to sky. I think there'll be a lot of interference. The other, just off the top of my head, the other place that I can think of where you have windows opposite directly would be at the second floor here, but that's why we put the slat screen so that it's clear that it's shielded.
If at least one side has a flat screen, then I'm more comfortable with that.
Yeah, yeah. So that, and especially at the second floor, that's what we try to do. We try to shield that portion so there's no see-through effect like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. My questions have all been asked and answered by my colleagues, but I also have clear story windows that get bird strikes in the day. So that is concerning to me. And maybe double check. It sounds like the applicant was not quite sure if there were places that the birds could see from outside in through one window and out the other. Maybe double check. Vice Chair Chang.
Sorry, I do, since I do have more questions, of course I do. So I wanted to ask about the swimming pool safety item. There's a comment in the packet on package page 12 that there's going to be this cover and that it meets the requirements of the Swimming Pool Safety Act. What does the Swimming Pool Safety Act refer to? Is that a human requirement?
That's
or
a human safety requirement, yes.
Okay,
It's a building code, well, it's a safety act and tied into the California residential code, but it's essentially protecting kids and adults and people from drowning in a pool accidentally.
okay, so it'll prevent against large animal drowning, hopefully, but not
Yeah,
necessarily against.
if it covers, yeah, it covers human-sized
Right, right.
mammals.
Okay, understood. Or very large reptiles, maybe.
Yeah, I guess so.
Crocodiles. Okay, and then question about the soil that will be removed from the swimming pool. I saw that it's going to be distributed all over the property. Do you know where it's going to be distributed by any chance?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. We've cited the building, the clearing, obviously. It's pretty flat, but obviously nothing is perfectly flat in the world. And so there's actually a gradual slope, I think, in this direction, probably in the range of 3 to 4 feet across this large area. So over this large area, it's not that perceptible, but there is a 3 to 4 foot delta. And so we've elevated, or we've purposely tried to set the finished floor of the building to balance the cut and fill. So on this side, we're just cutting just gently, maybe a foot, maybe into the side of the topography here, and then we're filling on this side of the property. And so I think that could easily be absorbed where we need some to raise earth just a hair on this side of the home.
Okay, thank you. And then, unfortunately, I did not get to review this is my bad. I didn't review the MND carefully, but was there any, I don't think there was mention of sudden oak death and any mitigation measures for that in the MND. Is that correct, staff?
I believe that's correct. Yes. Additionally, there is no mention of sudden oak death in the arborist report.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then a question about our code. So with respect to fire and clearing of vegetation, is the swimming pool considered a structure? Like, does flammable vegetation need to be cleared from within 30 feet of the swimming pool?
That is a good question. I do not know the answer to that immediately, but that is something that through the building permit process would be required to meet our code standards.
Is that something that we can get resolution on tonight during our meeting? And the reason I ask is because when I went back through kind of what City Council's direction was, when City Council mentioned the approximately 50 feet, there was some logic there with respect to 20 plus 50. The idea being that we have pieces of our legislation that were sort of in conflict with each other, meaning we're not supposed to disturb anything within 20 feet, but then we're supposed to keep all flammable vegetation within 30 feet removed, right? And so this just has implications given the placement of the swimming pool. And so
maybe I could speak to that.
I can also clarify that as a part of
Okay.
this review, I did confirm with our fire prevention reviewing staff that any green living plants are not considered flammable. It is only kind of routine maintenance of anything that may have died and becomes more combustible. And so I don't know if there's anything currently in the conditions of approval, but We typically require, or I know that we do require maintenance of existing landscaping. And so I think in that type of situation, it's more of a maintenance thing than worrying about the landscaping that's there that's currently healthy, which would be protected.
And maybe if I may, I could chime in on that as well. Just from my experience and dealing a lot with wildland urban interface, my understanding is it's really combustible items that's a great alarm. And so the pool is actually a wonderful benefit because it's a natural fire break. The pool structure itself is in the ground. It's not something that's combustible that can, create ladder effects or jump from tree to house, so to speak. I mean, it's a body of water, but if we imagine the water not there, the entire swimming pool construction is non-combustible. It's a concrete gunite shell, tile, usually stone or concrete coping. And so all of that is considered, from a building code side, non-combustible. And so I think it would help in terms of the fire break aspect of the fire department.
Right. I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't creating a situation inadvertently. Like, I understand, like, from a common sense perspective, that it should be an additional benefit in terms of fire safety. But because our code says that
like the definition of a structure. I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right. The definition of a structure says that things that are, it says, shall all times maintain an effective defensible space by removing and clearing away flammable vegetation and combustible growth from areas within 30 feet of such buildings or structures. And so I just didn't know if a pool is a structure. You have to disc within 30 feet of a structure. And so because the riparian area is supposed to be protected, we don't actually want to remove anything at all, even if it is dead, because it provides habitat for the flora, for the fauna. I just wanted to make sure that we're not creating a situation by which, in order to meet fire code, we need to damage the riparian habitat. And so that's why I'm hoping that we can get an answer to that question. Yeah, so that's just my request if possible. I don't know if it's possible. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from my colleagues? If not, we will go to the public. Ms. Dow, I saw one person, but I'm not sure if there's anyone else now.
Yes, no? Yes.
Just one?
Two. I don't know. Michael
Okay.
keeps lowering his hand. First is Shani Kleinhaus. You have 5 minutes. If you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Ms. Kleinhaus, you can go ahead. I'm not sure, Ms. Kleinhaus, if you're speaking, but we can't hear you. So you're either muted or something else is going on. We could move on to the second speaker and then come back to Ms. Kleinhaus.
Okay, yes. Next, Michael Ferreira.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Doria and Council and Commission members. Michael Ferreira is my name. I did attend the council meeting. I found that very, very interesting. And I found this meeting also very, very interesting. And I'm appreciative of the fact that the building has been modified so that there's a better setback from the creek. I do have to say that I'm a bit of a skeptic, to put it mildly, about swimming pools. I just pumped mine out and I'm checking around to see what can I do to get rid of it. They bring a lot of problems. I was very surprised during the storms how quickly the water level rose. And of course had to get the pumps going, which sort of kind of leads me to a question on this We don't want the water to overflow and take chlorinated water, even if it's diluted, to the creek. And so I'm wondering, where does this water get pumped to? I didn't get an understanding of the system for draining this pool, which would have to happen from time to time. And I'm going to assume that that would not be to a septic system because it wouldn't have the capacity. But it also seems, I don't really know if your sewer system runs out that far so that you could pump it to the sewer. Just sorry for the that level of questions. If it was in the report, I missed it, and would like to have a better understanding of that in case we get some of our storms again, like we had this past year. It would have been nice if the pool could have been as far from the creek as the house. I understand some of the things that are problematic, but right now, most of my problems are related to the infrastructure surrounding the pool. And thank you for all the good questions I heard from the commissioners. Very enlightening meeting, and thanks again.
Thank you. Can we get Ms. Kleinhaus back?
Yes. Shani Kleinhaus, if it shows you're unmute, but we don't hear anything.
Ms. Kleinhaus, you might be muted on your end or something doesn't appear to be going correctly. So we would love to hear your comments. Maybe you can call back from a telephone. And in the meantime, do we have other
No, it's just Michael and Shani.
Okay, let's see if Ms. Kleinhaus, let's go on with the meeting, but see if Ms. Kleinhaus can call in. We'll take her comment. Thank you so much. Okay, so back to the commission. Unless the applicant would like to comment on the commenters, a rebuttal.
Sure.
Okay.
In terms of Mr. Ferrer's question on the pool, yes, we have a sewer connection out here. And so there's no septic, nothing like that. It has full utilities. And so the pool is chlorinated. So obviously it definitely cannot just surface drain or anything like that. It's going to be draining directly into the sewer system. And we have Lee and Bray's.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Any chance we have, did you want to continue with other comments? Sorry.
I believe that was Mr. Ferrer's question. So yeah, it's draining into the sewer. I don't think there's any.
He also asked about overflow if there was heavy rain. I don't know if you wanted to
well, the
address that.
normal recirc system of the pool would address that. And there's also drain down systems of the pool. So if you had to drain the entire pool, there are drains at the bottom of the pool that you can do so. But the normal recirc system of the pool would prevent it from overflowing with, current pool technologies, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Ms. Dow, do you think we can get?
Yes.
Okay.
She's on the phone.
Great.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Shani Kleinhaus. I am a resident of Palo Alto. I'm the Environmental Action Committee advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. And I'm also a Parks Commissioner in Palo Alto, but I do not speak for the Park and Recreation Commission. I really thank the applicant for making such changes. The project seems a lot better in terms of the lighting and bird safety, although I still have some concerns about see-through situations. But mostly my concerns are about the swimming pool, the action minutes and the recording of city council essentially say evaluate a project design that provides for approximately 50-foot setback from the top of the bank. And it talks about the project, not the home. So the pool is part of the project, and yet that has not been moved. And so that is of great concern because of the proximity of the pool to the riparian corridor. And also the direction from staff was that the pool should be covered and fenced in a way that ensures that small animals, such as amphibians and reptiles, cannot enter the swimming pool. And it's not clear how that would be when there's only a cover that a resident or the home, the people in the house either deploy or not. So that leaves a lot of potential for the little critters to crawl into the pool. One other comment I have is the letter from the from Midpen suggested treating any kind of vegetation that comes into the site for, they have a very elaborate system to prevent sudden oak death from coming in. And maybe it's not part of CEQA, but still I hope that the Planning Commission recommends that all those recommendations from Midpen be incorporated into the conditions of approval or something. But again, the main concern that remains for me is the swimming pool location, and the swimming pool is part of the project. It's not just the home that council directed should be 50 feet or so from the top of the bank. So thank you for all the good questions, and again, thank the applicant for making some good changes, and beautiful house. Although I always prefer to keep those areas without houses. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. And is that the end of our speakers?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll give the applicant, since we had a chance to respond to that statement also, since we had it broken up, if you would like to.
Sure. Yes. Thanks for the comments. The pool is part of the project, as you mentioned, but I think the nature of a pool is very different from the building. And our takeaway from the council was that the 50-foot was really the discussion focused on the building in that regard, and less so the pool. I think the current open space district is a 20-foot from top of bank setback. And so the pool right now, I think on average is 37 to 40 feet from the top of bank, or I should say the top of grade break, and probably about 50 to 60 feet from the actual creek. And so I think given that it's relatively low impact in the ground, is not a structure that rises above with light pollution, we would humbly submit that the standard for a pool is a little bit different from actual building. But still, the pool is probably 37 to 40 feet on average away from the top of the grade break, and probably 50 to 60 feet by our estimate to the actual creek on that side. I think in terms of barriers, I think there was some interesting discussion, and it's kind of rock in a hard place, I think, because I think on the one hand, the pool cover seemed to actually be the sweet spot, because most people would want the pool cover on for heating reasons, saving energy, electricity, et cetera. So if it's not in use, most people would want to have the pool cover on for just other reasons. So I think that provides a nice safety catch in terms of humans and animals. But in terms of adding fencing, it kind of, one solution causes another problem, because we also had the takeaway from the commission that we shouldn't be putting a lot of barriers and fencing, because that could be an impediment for other, terrestrial animals from crossing the clearing and crossing over to the riparian edge. And we didn't want to be like a highway necessarily to cut off between one ecosystem and the other. And so we were also told to minimize fencing and barriers to allow for land-based animals to cross, freely through the site.
Is, is that all, Mr. Leonard, or?
I'm sorry if I think those were the questions that I caught from Mrs. Kleinhaus. I wasn't sure if I missed something, if she had another question that I missed. I think the pool and then the fencing, I think, was what I jotted down. Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you so much. So with that, we'll bring it back to the commission. So I'm wondering who would like to start the conversation? Commissioner Liu?
I just had one question for staff. On packet page 21, there's reference to the arborist follow-up and how every 5 years there'd be a review and evaluation of the trees. I'm just curious about the context for that. Is this something we do normally in kind of projects in open space in OS zoning? And what do we actually do about that? Would we issue a citation if trees aren't properly removed, for example?
Yes, this is something that is standard for projects in the open space district. We do have the manager of urban forestry, Peter Gollinger, on Zoom. Peter, I don't know if you'd like to add anything to that.
Just that we do review those when they come in, and we make sure that the project is still in compliance with any tree related issues that arose during the building of the project. It is possible we could issue a citation at that point, but usually it's just making sure that everything's still on track with what was originally proposed.
Thank you.
I just have a follow-up question on that. So I'm familiar with this condition 11, the arborist follow-up. In my understanding, this provision has always been that it relates to basically it's an insurance policy. 5 years down the road, we're going to make sure that anything you were required to plant has survived. Understanding of it, because, for example, they're only taking out one dead tree, and I don't know if, I guess it's a question to staff. I know they have a landscaping plan, but is that required, or is that just part of the project that they wanted to do rather than, some mitigation that's being imposed upon them?
It typically does include any trees that we identified as protected through the conditions of approval. Since it is such a large site, we may want to consider, which ones are sufficiently within kind of some amount of project area to have been potentially impacted by construction, since that's the purpose of the maintenance, rather than, the full 5 acres, something that's, hundreds of feet away.
And that makes a lot of sense. Because you're right, that's another aspect. We're counting on these trees. If the applicant doesn't say, I'm going to remove this, but knocks it down in the course of construction, then we would want that replaced, and we'd want to check 5 years later to make sure it's still alive. So that's a good nuance. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a quick question while we're on that topic. I think there's 82 trees and 37 protected, if I'm remembering correctly, but that's not the whole 5.38 acres. That's just kind of in the building area. Is that right?
I believe so. It's kind of this northern region of the site. So
Okay.
the tail end, let me see if I can go back.
Like the building is mostly in kind of the middle.
Yeah, so, can I go all the way back? So, yeah.
So my question kind of, and this
that long tail, I think that's just a separate area. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question about, I understand the 82 trees that are kind of in the area where the building is going to occur, but I want to make sure there's not any, do we have any protection for the trees in the other areas?
I can pull up on my screen where the tree protection fencing is proposed per the arborist report.
Well, I wouldn't expect tree protection for the whole 5.3 acre site, but just to make sure that something didn't happen in some of those other areas, such as soil being put on top of the drip line or, large vehicles. And, it's just something to think about since we were talking about trees. The areas that are not on this. So we can come back to it. I just wanted to mention it while we were talking about trees. I know, I saw her, thanks. We can go to Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for staff regarding the initial study. Are there any objective standards that we use to determine whether the impact of light emission in a sensitive area like this is significant?
Yes, we have Abe Leader from Rincon who prepared the CEQA document on Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Callis and PTC members. I'm actually going to ask, I think the answer for objective standards like foot candles and things like that, we did not use, but if it's okay, I'm going to turn it over to our biologist who knows a little bit more about how we looked at impacts to the creek related to lighting, if that would be okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's Alex Hunt. He's a senior biologist with Rincon.
Hello, commissioners. Yeah, it is kind of assessed, at least in this report, a little bit more qualitatively. We're looking primarily under CEQA at the way light is affecting protected species or special status species. And so, yeah, that analysis was largely qualitative, particularly in light of the setback. We were considering factors regarding how the angle of light would be coming in, considering the creek banks, the screening from the vegetation, the screening from, the various measures that the applicant has put forward. And so, yeah, it was really more of a qualitative assessment than anything. And in our opinion, it didn't rise to the level of significance.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes, I wanted to ask Rincon about whether sudden oak death is a concern and why it wasn't identified.
Yeah, so Alex here again. Yeah, sudden oak death, or sometimes referred to as Phytophthora, covering many other species. It is a concern throughout the area. It's often transmitted through equipment. So if you're using, chainsaws or whatever to cut down trees elsewhere, you bring them to the site. It can even spread on, work boots. The Phytophthora guidelines are quite involved. It's spraying all of the equipment down with, an alcohol solution. It can also come to the site through container stock, through the native plantings. So Phytophthora in general can be a concern, in the whole region, really, for every single project. It's not necessarily something that we evaluate under CEQA, as Ms. Kleinhaus indicated. So it hasn't been addressed in that context, and there's not really a significant threshold that applies to that. I would say that it's something that the city can certainly consider, through issuance of tree removal permits or other mechanisms.
Okay.
We could also have Peter Gollinger from Urban Forestry speak to that if you would like as well.
Sure, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion.
Excellent. And so I do agree that it is sudden oak death is something, and Phytophthora in general is something that is present and kind of ubiquitous all throughout the foothills area. So fighting a war of exclusion is difficult at best. I do think it is a very good idea to use disinfection protocols for equipment and to avoid contaminated soil. I don't know how large of a threat it is coming in from nursery stock. I know the majority of nursery stock that we purchase is local, but it may not be sourced locally, but we've not had any direct evidence of that with city planted trees. That doesn't mean it's not in the nursery industry. So I would say that requiring disinfection protocols would be definitely within reason. But beyond that, I don't know how effective additional measures would be.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And additionally, while we're in Commissioner Chang's section of questioning, I did receive a response from Carl Schneider, our fire prevention expert, who was able to let us know that an uncovered swimming pool, or, this wouldn't be referring to the pool cover, this would be referring to a structure over the pool. So a swimming pool as proposed in this plan set is not considered a structure for the purpose of defensible space.
Okay, wonderful. That at least removes that concern. I mean, thank you. I remain concerned just because, it's good because there's nothing in terms of the fire code that would then require removal of vegetation in the riparian zone, or in the 20-foot area with the riparian that's protected. But I remain concerned just because of the direction from City Council about the project staying 50 feet away. But this at least makes it a little bit better. There is also a question, I just wanted to note that there is also a section of the driveway that kind of comes within 50 feet. But that was just an observation. And then I did just also want to comment in case members of the public are wondering what happened, because I wanted to say that I was confused, at least the last time this project came before the PTC. I remember either I or another commissioner asked, okay, so what can we do given that our current code hasn't been brought up to date with what our vision was in our comp plan, which was 150 feet rather than 20 feet. And the answer was that, well, there's not much that we can do. And what I think I, as a commissioner, did not understand was that this is a discretionary approval, and that because this is an open space, we are allowed to use some amount of discretion to make sure that we are doing as we think we should regarding environmental protection. So I don't think that was made clear enough to us, at least, or I didn't understand. So right now, my concerns are about the pool, specifically regarding its location. And I agree that at least there's no light pollution concern, but it does dig deep. It does dig down. And so then it's closer to any potential, water table concerns, but also then it's also closer to any little critters that might be closer to the creek, because typically we're concerned about the riparian corridor because that's where animals tend to be more dense. And so I don't know what these, the covers are evaluated for human safety, not necessarily for little salamander or whatever, snake safety. And I agree that we don't necessarily want to impede animals' movement, but we also don't want animals drowning in a pool. So I guess that's one of my concerns. Another concern regarding the pool is where the soil goes, and I had asked about that. I think my main concern about the soil is that we just want to make sure that any soil that is dispersed, it doesn't erode back into the stream, because the stream is habitat for the endangered trout. And so soil eroding into the stream is very bad for the trout. So it's of course better to use it instead of, foreign soil being used to flatten out the site. So as long as we might want to make some sort of additional condition of approval regarding the soil, and to make sure that it stays with outside of 50 feet or something like that from the top of bank or something like that. I don't know I'm kind of floating ideas out there, and would be interested to hear what other commissioners have to say about it. And then I am interested in seeing what we can do about sudden oak death. I think there are some very clear guidelines And where possible, it may make sense to implement them and maybe following some of those guidelines, particularly with respect to the choice of the native plants that are made for the landscaping choices, because I believe that certain plants are more likely to be hosts for the sudden oak death. Is it a fungus? I think fungus. Than other plants. And so maybe wise choices can be made. And then of course there's the disinfection, and it is a difficult battle, but if the plant choices can be made carefully and at least some disinfection can be done, and that, you know, that we can do our best, because while certainly the city is planting trees, you know, down in the flatlands, it might be less of a concern than planting it in the open space where there's just oaks everywhere and it's much more transmissible. So those are my comments for now. Thanks.
Commissioner Rekdal?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. This is a beautiful house. I really do think it's a gorgeous house, and I would hope that you eventually can live in it. I also appreciate all of the modifications you made. It's a much better project than it was when we first saw it. That said, the one area that still bothers me is the swimming pool and the location, and it's just not a fire issue. The reason they wanted to move the whole project away from the creek was that it interferes with the wildlife and also construction impacts on the riparian corridor. So it's just not a fire issue, it's a wildlife issue. You know, the swimming pool, you're digging down into the soil. That's going to destabilize that bank. And Valley Water has experience with this, that they have other swimming pools up in the foothills that have been built close to banks, destabilize the bank, which led to erosion. And construction here will require a Fish and Wildlife permit. And I suspect Fish and Wildlife will not be real thrilled about having a pool that close to the stream. So it's just not council's concerns. And Mid-Penn in their letter also recommended moving that swimming pool further away from the bank. So I think, you know, this is a large parcel. We should be able to find room on this parcel for a swimming pool that isn't this close to the bank. So, I mean, if you're able to do that, this would be a very strong project. But I still have major reservations about the location of the swimming pool. Okay, thank you.
I don't see any lights, so maybe I'll take it up. Oh, no, but go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman. It didn't go.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So a number of things. First, this unfortunately, no, first, I agree with Commissioner Rekdal that this is a beautiful home. I'm not an architect or a member of ARB, but I think I really think it's going to be a great asset to the city. And I frankly thought that the last design was also spectacular. So I'm excited to have a home of this quality added to our inventory. Having said that, I'm really frustrated that we're seeing another example of what's sometimes referred to as the Palo Alto process. The application for this home was submitted in June or July of 2021. It came to us a year later in August. For some reason, it didn't get to council after that until this January. And now we are in August again to have it back. And I'm not faulting staff for that. We have a complex set of rules and they need to be followed. But you know, those have an impact, and we need to, you know, what we've got here is we've got, you know, an applicant who is, I would say, you know, at least a year, if not more, away from actually stepping foot into this house. And so that's 3 years of carrying costs on what I imagine is a very expensive piece of property. And so I think we need to continue to strive to do better and to find ways to move these applications through our process faster. So and I'm remembering the discussion we had last last August. And I think it was Commissioner Rectal who first raised the issue of, why are we stuck with the 20 feet? And it's in our code. Can we do more? And I think that, and I remember that discussion, and really the linchpin of that was not about discretion. It was about evidence. At the point that this was presented to us last August, we didn't have information that other than just kind of anecdotal, farther from a creek is better, about this issue. And what changed after it left us, and it's in our packet, is Ms. Kleinhaus's letter of January 22nd, just before the council meeting, right, which provided a lot of information on this issue and really gave them the context, I think, to look at the larger buffer. And so that was very helpful to our process. And we just didn't have that tool when it was before us. And so I know Audubon and Sierra Club, comment on projects like this frequently. I would hope that in the future, we'd get those comments, that they wouldn't daylight for the first time at council, so that we can wrestle with them and fold them into our recommendations to council. I know that there are a number of commissioners back then who would have really appreciated that, and that would have helped sort of further the matter of interest to them of finding an appropriate buffer. So maybe that's something that can be done better in the future. I'm really concerned about this CTF factor 15. Because what I'm hearing is that my concern is that we may impose a requirement that is not reasonably feasible. And so I'd like staff to consider, what we're hearing is, from our vice chair's own research, that, what's more common is the 20 to 30 range. I don't want to have a condition that we find out can't be satisfied later. And so what I would encourage is that maybe we soften whatever language that is, which I couldn't find, to rather than a strict 15 requirement to what's reasonably feasible in the marketplace. I'd like to see that, so that we don't have to, come back with a project partially built when we realize that the best we can do is 21 or something. The pool, I guess my thought on that is, it's clear that the council did not give specific direction that the pool should be moved along with the rest of the house. It's clear that the applicant did not understand the direction that council gave, that the pool also needed to be moved. And frankly, I think it's clear that staff who attended the meetings didn't understand it that way either. So, and I am loath, again, more than 2 years into this process, to send them back to the drawing board to redesign, to address an issue that the council actually may not, a concern that the council may not have. So I'd prefer that under these circumstances, we send it on to council, and if council meant pool but didn't say it, well then, let them make that clarification. I do think when we talk about issues like destabilizing banks, we can't just throw those concepts out. If we had, some report that said this pool in this location could have that effect on a bank, which isn't really even a bank, as explained to us by Leonard, and a creek that's 50 to 60 feet away, if we had evidence of that, then that's something to talk about. But just to speculate that it could, and so we need to move it just in case it might, I don't think we should be doing that. I think as to the pool, it should be where it is. On the soil erosion possibility, which Vice Chair Cheng raised, I just do want to mention, we have a host of standard conditions in our building permits that prohibit erosion into the creek. There are all kinds of protections that, because it's an issue every time you construct near a creek. But what I understood from the architect is that this soil is basically going to be under the improvements of the house. It's basically the platform for the foundations that will encase it and basically lock it into location. So I think that combination of the design to do that, plus our standard erosion protection procedures, should be sufficient, but staff can comment on that. And finally, on this, the sudden oak death issue, we've got oaks all over Palo Alto. And I think this is an issue of concern, but it's an issue of citywide concern. And I don't think we just target properties that happen to have oaks on them as they come through for some, nuanced requirement that actually is not arising from an environmental impact identified in our neg deck. In other words, it hasn't, to my knowledge, been identified as an impact of this project requiring mitigation. So, it's a serious issue, and I think maybe it should be on the work plan to put an ordinance in place to deal with it in a uniform way across the city. But on a piecemeal basis, I don't think it's appropriate, particularly since it hasn't been, to my knowledge, identified as a particular impact of this project. So it wouldn't be a mitigation measure, it would just be a condition of approval. So those are my, I guess the summation is that with some fix of that factor 15 issue, I think this is a great project, and I'm supportive of staff's recommendation to move it on to council.
Commissioner Liu?
I agree with everything Commissioner Heckman said and agree that this project is both beautiful and also thoughtfully addresses all of the clear feedback that I gather has been shared so far. I'll also just shout out that on packet page 68, there is a discussion on the last paragraph of what reasonable setbacks for a riparian buffer would look like. And that ranges from a 33-foot minimum for reducing sediment levels to a different study that suggests 50 to 100 feet. The 33-foot was in reference, I think, to the top of the bank. The 50 to 100-foot number was ambiguous on whether that was to the top of the bank or to the actual bank. I think if we try to look at some scientific basis, a 33-foot buffer is not totally unreasonable, and we're in the ballpark of potentially a 50-foot buffer. So I don't have any blocking overt concerns at the current levels of the pool setback.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask Ms. French something. I did not do disclosures, which I probably should have done. Should we do them now, late?
I think because there has not been a motion and a vote. You can still disclose.
Yes,
Yeah.
please do disclosures.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, I forgot to do that. Can we just go down the line?
No disclosures.
I have no disclosures.
No disclosures.
I visited the site, but have no disclosures.
No disclosures.
Thank you. Apologize for neglecting that. Oh, sorry.
I have no disclosures.
Thank you. A few thoughts. One is, I missed the earlier, when this came to the Planning Commission earlier, and I did watch it, and I did watch the City Council meeting on this, and I thought the council was very clear about a 50-foot setback as being appropriate, and they asked us to evaluate that, and I think that's appropriate too. But I think this project is greatly improved, and I think that's probably why it took so long to come back to us, partially because it took them a long time to redesign it, significantly different. So I'm not so worried about the timing here. I do think the 50-foot setback is appropriate, and I do think that the language was project, not house. So I think that applies to the pool as well. I kind of understand the trade-off between having fences when we didn't want fences to interfere with animals with species traversing the area in a normal fashion. And so I think the pool cover actually is a pretty good solution. If between now and the city council meeting, somebody has an idea about how how to do something better than that, because you know, an amphibian can crawl up a fence or under a fence. It's just not possible when we have pools to not have interactions like that. I don't know if, one question I had is, as I was listening to the discussion, if actual in-pool lighting at night is an issue for, I don't think there was any discussion of that, for things like bats that are out at night. And I just thought of it now, so it might be something we can think about as we are discussing this. I think the pool could be located elsewhere. And I certainly think one of the things that always struck me as odd about the design is the driveway, and minimizing the swoop, I'll call it that, of the driveway might give more room to put the pool someplace else or something of that nature. They're not currently on the same sides, but I do think the council will have a concern about the pool, as many of my colleagues do. And as to sudden oak death, there was quite a extensive recommendation from Mid-Peninsula, which I really appreciate. But our urban forester said basically we should, that he recommended something much easier, sort of less onerous response, and that would be to require disinfecting of a disinfectant protocol for tools, and to be sure not to spread soils where there had been evidence of that. So I think we should include that in our consideration. I do think that, I do understand that it's not part of CEQA, but it is a big concern in the city, and I don't think disinfecting pools and not spreading contaminated soils is a bad thing. I also think we should establish in some way, and I'm sure there's no intention on the applicant's behalf to do this, but I do think we should establish that none of those soils can go elsewhere on the property, because, you know, crazy things happen during construction, and I would just, it's just a little bit of a help to have that as a condition. I might be wrong about this, Commissioner Hackman, but I do remember that there was, for the Planning Commission meeting, there was a letter from Ms. Kleinhaus, probably on behalf of the organizations that she does advocacy work with. So it might have had different information in it though. So, but I do remember that was a concern at the time. There was also another concern at the time, and I'm just trying to remember this, because that there was going to have to be areas. It might have been addressed by moving the house back, but areas where the soil wasn't appropriate, couldn't support what was going to be built on it. And there was a term for that. I'm not remembering exactly, but that may have been addressed by moving the house back, where new soil was going to have to be brought in that was more stable within 3 feet of the house or something. So those would have projected very far into the minimal setback. So, you know, overall, it's so much an improved project, but I do think we still have a few concerns. So do any of my other colleagues want to add anything? Commissioner Aiken?
Very little. I think I sense a consensus developing to move forward with perhaps a few more conditions of approval. So maybe it's time we should start crafting a motion.
Okay, I would love to hear, I would love to have someone propose a motion if they're ready to do so. Commissioner Aiken, were you thinking you would like to do that, or?
I'm pondering it, but
okay.
If someone is ahead of the game on this, please go forth.
Commissioner Heckman, I think you're looking for a button that works.
Yeah, so I'm game to try, but I'm wondering if we first have to discreetly tackle the relocation of the pool issue. I mean, the motion I would make would not include a relocation of the pool, but I've already heard from some commissioners here that that they think that should happen. And so I'm wondering if we want to do that as a discrete motion first and just see where we've got 6 of us tonight. So see where that lands. Because, I don't want to have a series of basically stalled, motions because we're on different issues. So what do people think about that idea, breaking that off and just tackling that first, and that'll inform us kind of what the consensus is in terms of whether we're going to make a recommendation that they relocate the pool or not.
Well,
We can do that if you want to.
yeah, in my case, I'm supportive of that idea.
Of relocating the pool?
No, of making a motion to bring it to a vote.
Oh, okay. So then let me hazard a motion, simple and focused on the on this issue. I will move, and let's see if I can do it this way. I will move that the PTC recommendation to the council on this item not include a recommendation that the pool be relocated to a location that is 50 feet or more away from the top of bank.
You're saying not include.
Right, I'm saying that the recommendation, the bigger recommendation that we'll make later, this motion is that it will not include that. So in other words, if a majority of people agreed with that, then we would make a motion to approve based on the current plan, to recommend approval based on the current plan, including where the pool is. So I'm trying to isolate whether there are 4 of us who want the pool moved. And so I'm making a motion that, because it's my motion and I don't want the pool moved, I'm making the motion that our recommendation will not include a recommendation to move the pool.
So, wait, I'm a little confused by because I believe we have to provide a recommendation on the pool location to council. So you want, your motion is to not recommend anything about the pool.
No, so the ultimate motion I would want to make is to move the staff recommendation for that we recommend this plan for approval to the council with a couple of other tweaks that have nothing to do with the pool. That's the motion I would like to make, but my motion would include leaving the pool where it's at. And so what I thought we would do, and at this point, I don't have a sense of whether I have a sense that there are 3 commissioners who want to recommend that the pool be moved. I don't know if there are 3 commissioners who want to recommend that the pool not be moved and leave it to council to decide if they really meant to move the pool. So I'm trying to isolate that issue by making a motion that hasn't been seconded yet, that our recommendation not include a relocation of the pool, so that our recommendation include the location of the pool as presented on the plans that are before us tonight. And it might be clearer if Vice Chair Chang, who I know is interested in moving the pool, wants to make sort of the opposite motion. If that would be clear to people, that's fine with me. And I will, Vice Chair Chang, if you're interested in doing that, I will withdraw my motion and you can make the opposite motion.
I'm not saying anything just because I'm not quite sure where I stand on this, actually. I mean, I'm more like, I would abstain, I think.
Okay. Then That being so, then let me try, I'm going to try a broader motion.
Yeah.
And then maybe if we get a second for that, then we can try friendly amendments to that motion to ferret out some of these other issues. All right? All right. So I withdraw my prior motion, which was not seconded. And let me get my agenda here. Actually, just get I'm going to the staff report. All right. I move that the Planning Commission, the PTC, having considered the final mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, recommend to the City Council approval of the proposed project based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval set forth in our staff packet, with the following modification, that the requirement to satisfy the CTF 15 standard be modified by staff to include a reasonable feasibility concept, so that it would be CTF 15 or as close to that, as protective as that factor as is reasonably feasible in the marketplace. So that would be my initial motion.
I'm willing to second that.
So are we asking staff to come back with a overall policy recommendation on what CTF standards should be? Because that seems like it would add more time and not necessarily need to be evaluated here.
Yeah, that wasn't my intention. So with some frequency in these matters, we just give direction to staff to add language satisfying our concept as this travels forward to council. And so this idea of adding some softening language to the CTF 15 requirement was my vision of that, is it wouldn't come back to us. It would just be done on the way to council.
Sure, that sounds good. I was not clear if the CTF factor 15 was a strict requirement or a previous comment. So I wasn't sure that that was needed, but I don't have any objection to the motion as it's stated.
So I will note that when I read the conditions of approval, I don't think it's in there. So my belief was that it was perhaps in a mitigation measure, which is not in our staff packet. It's a link that I would have had to look at, which I didn't for that particular thing. So is it in the mitigation measures?
It is not in the mitigation measures, and it is not in the conditions of approval. It was part of the motion that council put when they had their meeting as a part of what should be incorporated into the redesign.
Okay.
For you to consider.
Okay. All right. And I take it because it's not in the mitigation measures or in the conditions of approval, that was intentional by staff to not include a condition that might not be feasible.
Yes, I would agree to that.
All right. Then I think I can, because it's not in the conditions, I don't have a condition to modify. And so I'd like to modify the motion just to strike the language we're looking at, starting with the following modification. And then there's the reference to CTF 15. So in other words, if we strike that language, subject to the seconder agreeing, my motion would essentially be move the staff recommendation. And then, of course, there could be friendly amendments to that on some of the issues we haven't discussed yet. So, yeah, we'd strike from there to through possible. Everything after approval where the cursor is right now goes away. Yeah. Okay, so that's the motion as I've modified it following Commissioner Aiken's second. So we need to determine if the seconder of the motion is agreeable to that modification.
I am.
Okay. All right. So I don't know that I need to speak to the motion at this point. I think this is where perhaps we could start talking about friendly amendments.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your second?
Just briefly, I think this is the core of what we need, and now it's time to fine tune. And there are a few things that have been mentioned that I think we should cover.
Okay. Commissioner Liu?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Legacy.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
Okay, so now that I've been thinking, because I was noodling before when Commissioner Heckman had asked me if I wanted to make a motion. So I don't want to throw a wrench into the process, but I would like to make a motion regarding moving the pool, which would throw a wrench into this process. So I'm wondering if we can go back. We can keep all this because I'm fine with keeping Commissioner Heckman's hard work on his motion. But I wanted to ask the maker and the seconder of the motion if you wouldn't mind putting this process on hold for a second. So maybe kind of temporarily retracting your motion just so that I can make a motion regarding the pool and seeing where that lands. And then going back to this.
Well, I think that you could offer.
I can offer a friendly amendment, but
you can offer an amendment. I don't know that they want to withdraw.
Well,
yeah. So I guess Commissioner Heckman, how would you suggest that we go about doing this, given that we are where we are?
There is a process here, and I don't remember it very well, but Mr. Yang can speak to it, where you can make kind of a superseding motion, which gets decided.
Or substitute motion?
Yeah.
We don't do that anymore.
Do we stop doing that?
Yes, we did. We did stop doing that. But the vice chair can just make a motion to amend to include in the pending motion, whatever suggestion she has regarding the poll.
All right, so I would like to make an amendment, a changed amendment to this motion. That the pool, sorry, I'm reading the motion, that the pool be moved such that it is 50 feet away from top of bank. I think that's the gist of my motion. Just leave it at that. We'll see if you guys accept it. We'll see where it goes from there.
So I just wanted her to get the rest of the motion out. Because right now it just says pool be moved. I think what you said after that was to a location at least 50 feet from top of bank.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
No, to a location at least.
At least. Yeah. Okay, so as the maker of the motion, I will decline the friendly amendment. And if I'm understanding from Mr. Yang, you can now move forward with that as a less friendly.
So now we would just need someone to second this amendment, and then there could be a discussion and vote on the amendment.
Yeah. So we take out the word friendly, and now it's just an amendment.
Okay, second.
Great. We have a second now, so we can have discussion if you would like. Would you like to speak to your amendment, Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, so I think that the council in their language specifically said that they wanted us to consider a project that was 50 feet from top of bank. And they were flexible about that. But unfortunately, we weren't given any options in which there was a pool that was any different in any different location from the one that was initially presented to us, or not in much different location. So I don't really know what the feasibility of this is. And so that was kind of my hesitation. But I did speak earlier a little bit about my concerns, which is that while there's no light pollution concern, the riparian zone is a fauna rich area. And so my concern is about drownings and little critters or larger critters. But I mean, I think the pool cover does address some of that, but little critters that are going to end up in there. And I don't think that the residents are going to enjoy having lots of dead lizards in the bottom of their pool either. So the other concern is that by digging down, I believe that most pools need to be dug down like at least 10 feet. That's a sensitive area geologically as well as ecologically. And so that's my concern for wanting it to be further.
The applicant is asking you if he can speak.
Yes, you
Okay.
may speak.
So just regarding the pool, this is not a 10-foot pool. We're essentially proposing a minimal depth pool at, I believe, 3'6" or 4 feet depth, essentially for lap swimming. And also, we did look at if it was possible to relocate the pool, but given the sorry, I got disconnected from Zoom, but given all the TPZ zones that we have to deal with, the building itself, the setback from the creek, there actually isn't, feasibility wise, there really isn't that much option for relocating the pool, especially of that magnitude, to follow the 50-foot zone. And so I think from a feasibility standpoint and also a depth standpoint, it's a little bit different than the current discussion. The depth is actually much shallower than perhaps one might imagine. I don't know if it's in the packet, but we went through with Emily, and it's a shallow depth pool because of the considerations discussed. And also,
do you know how deep it is? I couldn't, I mean, it's small.
Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head, but it's definitely around 4 feet. The depth. It's not.
It's in the ISM&D, but I don't know exactly what page. I need another
so it's
second to find
definitely
it.
not we've discussed this with staff, and it's not a deep pool by any means. It's a shallow pool meant for lap swimming, light lap swimming. And then we did look at possible alternate locations, but given all the constraints of the TPZs all around the building footprint, and if you study the geometry of the actual topography in the creek, it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
It's not feasible.
Yeah, we know that's where you want the pool. So, so I'm going to bring it back to, thank you so much.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Discussion? Commissioner Aiken?
I would be happy to see the pool moved, but I don't think we can make a compelling case to do so. So I believe our responsibility at this point is to leave that decision to council. If it's there seems to be some concern about what council intended to refer to us, and we can't answer that question here. So my inclination is to defer that decision to the final decision makers.
Well, that doesn't, we are deferring everything to the final decision makers, but that doesn't mean we can't make a recommendation. And what they said in their motion was evaluate a project design that provides for approximately 50-foot setback from top of bank. So I believe that's pretty clear.
Yeah, well, I assume most of us went back and listened to the council's video. There was a great deal of debate over exactly how solid that 50-foot limit was. And even Councilmember Byrd, who made the motion, said, well, it could be 40, could be 60. You know, there's a lot of wiggle room there that I hesitate to get too specific about. But yeah, if the decision were to move the pool, I would be completely happy with that. But I don't feel strongly enough to recommend that as the path forward.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing the council said was the riparian corridor is the highest priority in this parcel. And if we have to lose a few trees along Los Trancos Road in order to save the riparian corridor, that was something that we should consider. And so I don't think that that our hands are tied. I don't think that's the case. Like I said before, this is a large parcel. We should be able to find room for the pool that's not right next to the creek.
Commissioner Chang? No. Oh,
Chief Planning Official, if you don't mind, we're just ready to answer the question about how deep the pool is based on what's in the initial study. If it hasn't been stated, Molly.
Yeah. So inclusive of the structure of the pool, it would be no more than a maximum of 8 feet.
thank you for that information. So I would like to offer some more amendments, but why don't we vote on them one by one? So why, unless somebody else has a comment, we should vote on this amendment. Okay. Ms. Dow, thank you. So just the amendment.
Yes, just on the amendment. Commissioner Aiken,
No.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Liu,
No.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Suma.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3 or
Yes, the motion fails.
Okay, I would like to offer 2 other amendments. And one is that this is an alignment. This is not the language, but just to explain it to my colleagues, this is an alignment with a very modified and modest suggestion that our urban forester made, that so as to use best practices to not spread sudden oak death, and I'm not going to try to pronounce that actual name, include a regulation to disinfect tools and to not spread infected materials. And my second amendment I will offer is that no soils from the excavation shall be relocated to portions of the parcel that are not part of the construction area, which I know is the intent of the applicant, but I just think it's good to state that because sometimes.
I second.
So that's good, but it kind of, so let's say to use best practices to prevent sudden oak death, tools shall be disinfected and no materials shall be relocated to portions of the parcel that are not part of the construction for any reason. Because that was also to address excavated materials just not being spread around because they are supposed to be part of the construction area. Is that clear? I think it should say to use.
Yes, that's
maybe
that's
it should
clear.
Say, okay.
But does your disinfection also include removing soil from heavy equipment before entering the site?
Our urban forester very simply said disinfect a disinfection,
Okay.
program for tools. And
Or do we want to just refer to the urban foresters program?
I don't know that we have a program to disinfect tools I know we don't. So what I'm trying to get at is a modified version of what the mid-pen letter, which was really long and extensive, stated, and just have a program to disinfect tools and not remove. This isn't quite right because sudden oak death is tools shall be disinfected and no infected materials relocated to portions of no period.
Sorry if I can interrupt. I think the typist here, Ms. Dow, has blended.
Yes.
Your second concept is about soils.
Yes.
But in repeating it, you use the term material. So I think she made that change unintentionally.
Right.
Right. So I think you need to stretch it back out into two concepts.
Right. So
might I note that our urban forester has his hand up. I don't know if that is intentional, but we might want to ask.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Gollinger?
Yes, I apologize. My hand was up. I did want to include the exclusion of soil on machinery as it comes into the site. So that was something that I did mention. That was included in the mid-pin letter, and I think it's a valuable inclusion here.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes, I did intend to include the cleaning of equipment before it comes onto the site. So removal of soil from any equipment that comes onto the site. And I believe that's a normal best practice for the majority of construction sites, but it would be a good idea to include it.
Okay. So so the amendment might read to use best practices to prevent sudden oak death. Tools shall be disinfected, cleaning and prior to coming on site, cleaning of equipment, and to not relocate any infected materials. And then a separate idea is to ensure that materials excavated during construction not end up anywhere else on the site that is not part of the construction area. I think that's clear.
You again said materials. When we're talking about excavation, I think you're talking about soils.
Yeah, we can say soils.
But you
Thanks.
used materials there, and so
Yeah.
I think she's changing it to accommodate.
That
I
helps.
think that
Thank
makes
you.
that one clearer. And then, can we tackle these separately?
Yes, we may.
Okay. All right. Do we want to confirm with the vice chair first that with the retyping here that she's good with her seconds?
I'm good with my seconds.
Okay. Did you want to speak to your second?
No, I mean, I would go further with the sudden oak death. I'd go one step further, which is, I would suggest that if they choose to plant oaks, that they follow the final recommendation, which is to use seedlings or acorns sourced from within the watershed rather than nursery stock. That would be the final kind of big recommendation from mid-pen.
Is our urban forester still here? I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm still here. I think that's a great suggestion. My concern is the practicality of it. I don't know if anybody is actively growing trees from local acorns and that would be available in a sufficient size to be planted on site. I think it's problematic to plant trees that small when we're looking at additional trees planted on site because it would take quite a bit longer to reach any significant canopy size. However, if our removals are minimal and the majority, I don't believe.
Okay, well then I defer to Mr. Gollinger. But just for context, we're only removing one tree. So everything's staying pretty much.
One protected tree. Yeah, I think
Right,
that
one protect.
So could we recommend it and not require it?
Sure, I like that. But I don't know how we feel about doing that in general, staff.
I think that the consideration was, I mean, this is your deliberation now, your consideration of those recommendations. So it would be appropriate to consider if you want to include that in your recommendation or not.
Okay, so then I mean, I would say that they use these best practices and then that they consider following the additional guidelines proposed by MidPen. That's just a broad, there's many recommendations, right? So the applicant probably doesn't want all their oak trees to die either. So
okay.
I feel fine recommending that. I mean, we can leave it off actually, because I doubt they want their oak trees to so let's just leave it off. Let's leave it as is. Let's leave what Chair Suma has read. Do you agree, Chair Suma?
Yes, I think it's easier without it, to be honest.
Yes. Okay. Sounds good.
So if there's no further discussion, we'll vote on. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So on the amendment regarding sudden oak death, I'm not going to support that for the reasons I expressed before. We are here. Well, first of all, I want to say that organizations like MidPen, Sierra Club, Audubon, they play a really valuable role in our process, because a lot of times they alert us to issues that we really haven't gotten our arms around. But the proper process for that is to get our arms around it through a deliberative process, consulting with other jurisdictions and finding language that applies citywide. And here we are making up rules that will only apply to one parcel in all of Palo Alto. And I don't think that that's a prudent way to go about this. This is not an impact of the project identified in the mitigated negative declaration. I don't believe it's a staff recommendation. And so I don't want to, I would rather give direction. I would rather make a recommendation that the city council start a process to create legislation to create a standard condition of approval to address sudden oak death. So that's that one. On the second one, the soil, I have a question for staff. Because we're talking about both now, right? Yeah. So
we're going to vote on them separately, but you can talk about both.
All right. So my understanding is when any applicant comes in for a project and they're going to do grading, they have a grading plan, and that grading plan shows the locations where they're going to remove soil and the quantities, and the locations where they're going to place soil and the quantities, and that plan gets approved, and they have to follow that plan. If they don't, then they've violated the plan. Is that process correct?
Yes, and it occurs at the time of the building permit application rather than now at the planning phase.
Okay, so then I don't want to support the second motion either, because it's already built into our system. They're going to have to get a grading plan approved that will show where all the soil is going. So they won't have the ability to, dump some over there behind a tree. And if they do it, then it's a violation of the grading plan. And, we have code enforcement remedies for that. So, I mean, I appreciate the thought, but I think that this particular issue is already the subject of our process.
I wouldn't agree with that necessarily, because I think that standard practices happen at the time of construction logistics and whatnot, and you don't really, the public doesn't get to participate in that. So this gives direction that that's a very important thing to us, as a group. And I think it will give good direction to the council. So I still think both amendments are useful. And I think since the building in the open space is a discretionary process, it's good to start protecting our trees and setting a precedent. And it's not an onerous standard, I don't think. So if there's no other comments, we should vote. Oh,
One question. This relocation of excavation, is that because of sudden oak death or is it because of erosion?
Neither. It's to make sure that during excavation, soils that may not be needed to support the new development don't end up elsewhere on a very large parcel just out of some sort of convenience or error. Because you can't dump soil on top of, the drip line of native trees. It could kill them. And I think that would be very undesirable. So it's just to indicate to everyone in the process going forward, if the council accepts it, that would not be okay.
Can we, sorry, oh, could we have something about who approves the grading plan?
It's Public Works.
Yeah.
Engineering.
Yeah. And who's involved with that? Do we have biologists or is this purely
Engineers.
engineers?
And I just want to caution, make sure we're not talking about off-hauling any soil from the site, just to be clear, because we're not asking for that. It's going to be put somewhere on the site in the construction area, but not removed from the site.
Oh, it will still be remained on the site. So who decides where it goes then?
The applicant has planned to use it where they need it under the construction they're proposing. They anticipate that the excavated material will equal what they need to support the building, is the way I understood it.
Okay, so your amendment is just saying what they're going to be doing. You're consistent with what their current plan is.
It is consistent. It just emphasizes that no material, no soils, thank you, should end up elsewhere on the parcel. That's all. It doesn't really affect what the applicant wishes to do at all.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
So first comment is in response to what Commissioner Rectal is asking. There's an additional benefit to what Chair Suma is saying, which is that she's saying that none of these soils should be relocated temporarily or permanently, right? The issue is that what we don't want to happen is for the soil to be kind of mounded somewhere else and then moved back to the, it's meant, Mr. Ng explained that it's meant to help kind of flatten out the construction site, but it could be temporarily put somewhere else that could do damage, right? Like to some of the to trees drip zone or something else. So stated as is, that does help that issue. So hopefully that helps provide some clarity to part of the value of her motion, Commissioner Rectal. The second comment I have relates to some of what to what Commissioner Heckman was saying, and I think these two amendments are actually really important because this is specifically in open space. I don't think it necessarily makes sense to put legislation, to create legislation for all parts of open space, because we're not trying to build an open space. We're trying to avoid building an open space to some extent. And that's why it's a discretionary process. And each part of open space is different. And we wouldn't put the same requirements everywhere, I don't think. And so I think this is important to kind of look at each area on a site by site basis in a way that's different from a standard R1 lot. So I do agree with Commissioner Heckman's principles, for standard R1 lots, but this is by design. The process for this and the reason why it is discretionary, I believe, is because it's not to be treated that way. And then finally, I did want to ask Commissioner Suma, to Chair Suma. I'm sorry, the reason why I'm at home today is because I'm not feeling well. To ask Chair Suma if we wanted to make a slight amendment to the second amendment, which is I wanted to make sure that there was a setback for the excavated soils. So I wanted to make sure that they stayed set back 50 feet from the riparian, from the top of the bank, right? So, you know, if they're dug out from the pool, which ends up being on less than 50 feet, for erosion reasons, and I know that erosion, I know that we're not allowed to have soil erode, but if because of grading, you know, there's runoff that goes in and there's small amounts that go, we just want the soil that's been dug up to be pushed back further. And so I would add that as a specification, just it should be, you know, 50 feet back, but I don't know if you think that's necessary, Chair Suma.
Let me ask staff if there is a general provision that does not allow any kind of storage of soils or other construction materials in riparian setbacks. Because if there's a general provision, we don't need to add that.
But our code says 20 feet. That's the problem. Right? Okay. Our code says 20 feet, but council said 50. And so that's why I'm saying we're going to have to, you know, it's like it's a bizarre temporary situation.
I mean, to the larger point, I don't have the answer to Chair Suma's specific question, but I do know that they would not be able to allow the soil to run off into the creek as a result of the grading. And that's covered somewhat in the environmental document.
Thank you for that. Why don't we just add after for any reason and no storage in the riparian setback, which will address whatever riparian setback is deemed appropriate. Does that sound reasonable, Vice Chair Chang?
Sure. Yep.
So we'll just add a phrase after in the First Amendment. The First Amendment. Oh, the Second Amendment. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I said the wrong one. Okay, so if we're all through, I'd like to vote on these two amendments one by one. Ms. Dow?
Chair Suma?
So we should clarify that it's the First Amendment.
The Sudden Oak Death Amendment.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Commissioner Liu?
Abstain? I can abstain, right? I'll abstain. All right.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1-1.
Thank you. So we can vote on the Second Amendment, which is regarding excavated soils now.
Yes, for excavated soils. Commissioner Aiken?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Liu?
Abstain.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Chair Suma?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1-1.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, we need to vote on the main motion now, which contains these two amendments. So Ms. Dow, if you could.
Chair Suma?
No, because the motion to move the pool failed.
Vice Chair Chang?
No, because the motion to move the pool failed.
Commissioner Aiken?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Liu?
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
No.
Motion fails 3-3.
Chair, I'd like to make a new motion.
Please do.
To see if we can finish this off now that we appear to be deadlocked on the pool issue. So Let me start over. All right, so I'm going to repeat the motion that was made, including the two sub-motions that were approved by the commission with one modification to the body of the motion, if I can see that. And that is, let's see, it says on findings and subject to conditions of approval, except the PTC makes no recommendation on the location of the pool.
Okay, so you're moving staff's recommendation, but stating that this body is not recommending anything about the pool, and you're including the two amendments
Correct.
that were approved. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I just hope that it succeeds and we can move to the next agenda item.
Would you like to speak to your second?
No.
Okay, if we can go ahead and conduct the vote, if there's no other discussion. Okay, we can go ahead and vote.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Suma.
No, thank you, though.
Motion carries 5-1.
And I'll speak to my no vote really quickly, but thank you for the motion and thank you for voting, my colleagues, because I believe the pool location ultimately was of the most concern to people involved. And other than that, I think we got to a fairly good solution, and we'll see what council does with it, how they feel about the pool. And I'm going to suggest we take a quick break before we move on to our next. So maybe 7 minutes. How does that sound? Okay.
Great.
Okay. I think, is she back?
Yes. Let's see.
Oh, she's right there. Okay. All right. So let's bring it back to the commission. And given that our first item went kind of longer than scheduled, would the commission like to consider not completing the third item this evening, or how are we feeling about that?
I guess I'd rather make an attempt to do all three, but we can always cut things short after this next item if it turns out too long.
Yeah, I'm game to stay. What I would not want to do is, I'd like to know if there are some members of the public who are either here in the audience or watching on Zoom. I don't want to make them, sit through what's perhaps 2 hours on this next item, and then we decide we're not going to do it. And then there may also be staff particular to that item that, again, would be waiting for a couple of hours and then, told, see you later.
So I'll just say, if I can weigh in on that, we do have consultants here for that the third item, which, yeah. So we would like to get to that. And I know it's going to be probably a late night. Equally and importantly, we have a translator that we've hired. And we have, they're here to support a member of the public who is also in the room. And I'm hearing this, so we would really like to hear from this person through, and the translator that's been waiting since 6 o'clock to help.
Is that on the third item or the second
item? Yeah.
Second item.
So to me, that's very important.
Yeah,
so
we're not talking about continuing the second item. We're, sorry. The translator, are they here on the electrification?
No.
No.
Right. So what we're talking about now is the possibility, we're going to hear Ellsworth, Middlefield. And then what we're talking about is the possibility that we would defer the electrification. And if we're going to do that, the question is, do we tell people now so that anybody who might be in the audience or on staff can go home?
Yeah, I'm hoping you don't decide to defer it right now, because it's only 9 o'clock, perhaps in an hour check in maybe.
Yeah.
And then,
Why don't we just, in about an hour, at about 10, why don't we make that decision?
Good.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we're on to our second item, which is 2901 to 2905 and 702 Ellsworth. And this is a review of the demonstration items that were put up and also a recommendation on 2 separate PCs. So, it says it's legislative, but we can do disclosures.
Yeah, I think that at least because I was absent at the July 12th, the last meeting on this, I need to basically declare and disclose that I have reconstituted myself. I have watched the video of that meeting. I have read the minutes of that meeting. I reviewed the staff report and the materials submitted related to that meeting. So I'm ready to participate and able to vote tonight.
Thank you for that. Does anyone else?
Same for me.
Okay.
And I just wanted to mention that I have made another site visit at which I did a whole lot of measurement of markings, fences, and utility poles, as well as tracking high voltage and low voltage lines in response to a public comment. Thanks.
I also drove through. I did not take such detailed measurements.
I also, Vice Chair Chang and I met together and visited the site yet again, and we did some measuring as well. So, okay. So staff.
I'm sorry, just to interrupt. With respect to all the measurements that were taken, was there anything that differed from what's presented in the plans or in the staff report?
In my case, there was no substantial difference. The main things of concern were the locations of the poles in particular, but the other markings seemed consistent with the description in the report for me.
For me, they seem generally consistent, but I mean, a more precise measurement would, I assume, be done with survey markers, going off of survey markers, but I think it was, as far as I could tell, generally accurate.
Are we done with disclosures?
We are.
I don't think I need to disclose that I visited the site and made photographs myself.
Do we have a staff report?
Yes, please. On the screen is a list of to-dos in my estimation. At the top of this screen, we're back here, our meeting after meeting on June 28th and July 12th. We have a number of photographs that document the installation that's out on the site following the plan for the installation that staff received on July 17th, indicating the site distance triangles, which follow the code required 35-foot, according to the code. And so proceeding on, we do have this PC plan that documents what was shown to the Planning and Transportation Commission on July 12th with the delivery space perpendicular to Ellsworth, the 4 spaces on site, including 1 tandem, that's space 13, and another tandem that's in the rear setback of the Middlefield apartment building property. We do have showing in this development plan the applicant's proposal offer of 24 feet, going back to the guy wire, and the PTC 3.2 recommendation of a 26-foot width up to the pole guide wire, which is guy wire, sorry, the cable that attaches to that utility pole. So the yellow arrow indicates 37 feet 9 inches to the first anchor wire. And then the truck delivery space is above in that drawing. Then we have the 702 Ellsworth plan, which the applicant has requested an R1 zone. The Planning and Transportation Commission recommended coming back with a PC. So this is then the PC plan for that, showing the setback. So it's a 24-foot special setback at the front. That's the front of the parcel per code, 16 feet for the rear of the home, half the home. And then side, which is the side along the easement line, also known as Ellsworth Place roadway or partial pavement of that easement. And then 6 feet from the Matadero Creek property. So moving on packet page 94, this was the drawing on July 7th that staff received and signed off on as, yes, this is what you should show, the planned installations. I did a little montage here showing what's in and what's out. So just to be clear, just because there's a hypotenuse of the triangle, which is indicated by those blue dash lines, it doesn't mean that now they have to remove everything in forward of that hypotenuse in the triangle. We allow trees. Trees have to be limbed up to 9 feet above grade, and shrubs typically cannot be more than 3 feet in that same area, 3 feet tall from grade. So, but we have a number of things. We have a stop sign, we have a no outlet sign, the fire hydrant, utility boxes, and nobody is saying those need to be removed as part of this application. So this is documenting what was placed. There's the hypotenuse here as a string going past the redwood tree so that they didn't have to paint the redwood tree. And you can see the site triangles on the lower right, a measurement of 35 feet along the curb of Middlefield and 35 feet along the edge of the easement on Ellsworth. Some more images showing where the stakes were placed, showing the hypotenuse of that right triangle, it is a right triangle, but the site triangle, site distance triangle with those sticks. Here's another image showing those installations. The multi-trunk tree, again, it's a beautiful tree. We're not saying you need to remove it to have clear sight. This shows the orange plastic fencing indicating the 3-foot tall fence proposed within the site distance triangle, as well as continuing on past the site distance triangle along Middlefield and along Ellsworth. Again, this is Handa's property showing, there's a fire hydrant and everything else. within the site triangle. Typically, well, our code in the fence code, sorry, it says 4 feet. Typically, it's a 3-foot fence allowed within the site distance triangle, I believe. And then I think I wrote that wrong. I have the code later in this presentation. So what's proposed is a 3-foot tall proposal, 4 feet back from the middle field sidewalk shown here. And as far as placement, I mocked up what I thought was being said about the horizontal fence with openings that are 3 feet. This is not precise, but it's to indicate what would be expected with if a 3-foot fence were allowed in that site distance triangle with those spacings of 3 feet. So I just kind of found something online and showing it here, approximation of what I imagined.
3 inches, I think you meant.
3 inches, what did I say, 3 feet? 3 inches. So this, for instance, this little example is to screen a air conditioning equipment or something. And that is a 2 1/4 inch space between the slats as per the spec and 2 3/4 inch slats. So it would be larger, you know, instead of 2 1/4, it's a 3 inch is what I heard the applicant, Mr. Handa, say. There's some other point of view. So I literally got down on my knees and where I would have stopped in my car. And then I measured to my eyes to the pavement. And, you know, I was taller when I was on my knees than when I was sitting in my car. It was kind of funny, just because I was curious. And then our planner went out. This is on the right. On the left is when I went out after the sticks were installed, and on the left and on the right is we had our planner go out and do the same, but in the city car, stopped at the stop line. And he's taller than I am. So these are some more photos. I have some additional items, as I mentioned, the fence code. This kind of shows the picture from our fence code guidelines, showing the 35-foot standard distance, and then showing this 3-foot maximum height in the site distance triangle there. So that's that. We also have about vegetation that I thought could be helpful, where it talks about limbing, you know, trimming up the trees so that the lowest limb is up a little higher for bushy kind of trees. Again, this is that site distance triangle. And these are some more existing conditions prior to the trimming that happened out there. I thought I would show that because it's interesting. You can see taller shrubs there. I think those have been cleared. They have been cleared because I've seen that they're not there. So those show kind of taller than 1 foot, I think. Okay, so that's my presentation. And we have the ability for the applicant to speak. It's a public hearing, but
I was just going to ask the applicant if they wanted to present.
Would you like me to put back my presentation?
Maybe just slide 13, I think.
Okay.
Let me look. Slide 14.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this really brief. Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. I'm here on behalf of my client, Richard Dewey with RLD Land. I'm also joined by Thomas Steinmetz with Jorgensen Siegel, McClure and Flagel. And Nitin Handa is here as well, the owner of 702 Ellsworth. Our comments are really in the letter that we submitted, so hopefully you had an opportunity to read the letter. I want to thank you for moving 702 Ellsworth in your recommendation at the July 12th hearing. Just wanted to make a comment regarding something that is very important to us, and that is regarding the width of Ellsworth. So we're not in agreement with your condition requiring the 26 feet width and the 30-foot curb cut at the driveway instead of the 24-foot width that we're recommending and the 28-foot curb cut at the driveway. The existing width is 20 feet, and per our transportation consultant Hexagon, this is sufficient and safe width for
is sufficient and safe. Increasing the width to 24 feet as we propose is a 20% increase over what's recommended by Hexagon in terms of being safe and sufficient. This is a private street width and private street, and those private street width requirements are not triggered by this project because it's not a subdivision. It's really just a modification to an existing development that proposes to get rid of 8 cars and build a single family home. So burdening this project with an additional width would not meaningfully improve the safety, but it does create other issues. That's what I want to point out. The 24-foot width as proposed will require already the relocation of the fiber box that you see there in the lower middle. We've been in contact with the fiber communication company. They cannot tell us what the costs are to deal with that box, but my client has made a commitment that we're going to move the box. Increasing the width to 26 feet adds much more complexity and risk to the project because in addition to the above, moving that box, it will likely involve the relocation of an underground utility vault in the 2901 sidewalk, which is right to the right of the vault, but it's in the sidewalk. And that's a communications vault as well that we believe feeds the big green monument that's out in the landscape strip. And possible relocation of the fire hydrant on the other side, on the 702 side. And you can see the fire hydrant there in the picture on the bottom left. The distance from the fire hydrant right now to where the 24-foot wide driveway would be is essentially what's there today, because after we've striped it, we see that 24-foot width is the edge of the pavement. It's 5.5 feet from the fire hydrant. We ran it by Carl Schneider with the fire department. We ran it by Public Works. Public Works said, that's okay. Carl Schneider said, he's not excited about it, believes the distance is a problem. So if we go to 26 feet, now we're moving another foot closer to the fire hydrant. We'll be 4.5 feet away. And fire department thinks that's a problem waiting to happen. So we can't relocate the fire hydrant with this project. It's just not possible. We don't know what the risk is in this other underground utility vault. So it's just not feasible. 24 feet is something that we can do. Let's keep the increased width at 24 feet. We know we can get this done, and let's move on. Last comment, just some housekeeping comments regarding the drafted ordinances. In the draft ordinance for 2901, the 2901 special setback is 25 feet. At 702, it's also listed as 25 feet. It's really 24 feet, and that's in section E-III. The access easement on the development plan that we submitted on the 2901 property is shown at 37 feet. In the draft ordinance GII, it says 35 feet. So there's a disconnect between the two. I don't care which one you use, but you need to be aware of that. And then it's the reciprocal for the 702 draft ordinance. 2901 special setbacks 25, 702 is 24, DIII says 25 for 702, and the access easement, again, it says 35 feet when we're showing 37 feet. So we look forward to moving this on tonight and getting a recommendation from you that is favorable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Do we have any clarifying questions from the commission? Commissioner Aiken?
Hi, this is for staff. Have we had any contact with utilities concerning the feasibility or cost of moving the terminal utility pole in the string?
I was detained by a spider.
I was afraid of that. Yeah. Have we had any information from utilities about the feasibility or cost of relocating that terminal utility pole in the string?
No disclosures on the cost of that or feasibility.
Or feasibility
Correct.
At all. So I noticed there's a reference to having one of the braces removed in order to make room for the parking space.
Right. That is something that.
So there's been some consultation, but just not anything more substantial than that.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would concur about I think I put it in my slide presentation, the 24-foot is the special setback for the 702. Okay. So that means
The feasibility regarding the comments that Mr. Hayes just spoke about, regarding the, the widening of the driveway, like the flange.
we did not invite fire or utilities here. We did have a conversation with Public Works Engineering where they assured us the distance was acceptable as far as Public Works Engineering is concerned.
Okay. Okay, so it didn't raise any red flags there, at least, because I wanted to, I imagined that they would know if there was a standard distance that we typically, see from fire hydrants, et cetera. Okay, thank you.
I can comment on the standard distance for a new fire hydrant, and that would be a 10 foot would be preferred.
Right, but it's not 10 feet right now. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So let's see, I've got, let me start with a couple. So these are questions for the applicant group. And I think probably the first couple could be Mr. Hayes, but it's probably going to be Ms. Steinmetz to answer them. So the first question is in the history of the paperwork here, the applicant initially, based apparently on a preliminary title report they had, which didn't show an easement for the 13 properties down Ellsworth, had indicated that there wasn't an easement, but as a part of this project, they were going to grant one. We subsequently received information from at least one of the neighbors that their title report showed that there was an easement. And so, and I would imagine, your team has seen that. And so I'm wondering if we've received, if you have any clarity now as to whether 702 Ellsworth is or is not, subject to an easement that serves those 13 or 12 parcels behind. And yeah, that's my first question.
Yes, so we did contact our title company, and our title company concurs with Chicago Title that there is an easement over the property that serves the other 13 residences.
Okay, so that's a good result of this process.
One thing I would like to note in the letter from Chicago Title on page 34 of the public comments, it does address that matter, but it also states in Chicago Title's letter that Ellsworth is a private way connecting to Middlefield, a public street. So I think that also is conclusive on the status of Ellsworth.
Okay, thank you. And stay put at the lectern, because I think this next one will be for you too. But I think that's very helpful, because I think that maybe will provide some comfort to all of the folks who live down Ellsworth, that there's no longer a question that there's an existing 20-foot easement across 702 Ellsworth serving all those properties. So I think that's a good, title companies make mistakes, and it's good when they clear them up.
And that's for the existing way.
For the existing 20-foot easement, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, and my next question is actually related to that. I know that the combination of the two applicants are proposing a widening of the drive path, a total of from 20 feet to widen it to a total of 24 feet, which would be 2.5 feet on the Middlefield side and 18 inches on the 702 Ellsworth side for a particular distance, which was mentioned by Mr. Hayes earlier. What wasn't entirely clear to me is whether the proposal that we're looking at is to simply improve those two strips so that they are drivable surfaces, or to grant an easement for the property owners, the 13 property owners that would essentially fold into their existing 20-foot easement. I just wasn't clear on the proposal.
So the proposal is to to improve the surface to match the existing paved Ellsworth. There, if the proposal would be, if the approval would remove 702 Ellsworth into an R1 zoning, then the additional width would be documented in an easement. And I think the idea would be that the remaining PC for 2901 Middlefield would govern the additional width. And that would, the PC would document that width.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so if I'm understanding correctly, on the Middlefield side, there wouldn't be an easement granted, but the requirement of the PC development plan would be that you have to have this 30 inches, 2.5 foot of pavement.
Correct.
That bleeds into the existing 20-foot private road.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I think I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Handa. And the first one is just regarding the slat fence that's been discussed. I just wanted to, staff indicated that you were comfortable with a 3-inch gap between the slats, and I just wanted to make sure I understood that right.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the other question I had, and I don't think I've got a good diagram, but it's really revisiting the first meeting we had where I was here, and I asked you this question, and I'm sorry I don't remember the response. But on your side of the private road, you're proposing 18 inches of pavement to blend into the existing pavement for the first, I think it's 35 feet.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something, yeah. Okay. And then along the edge of the road, my memory is, and I'm sorry I don't have and maybe if staff can pull up a diagram, there's a little bit of a gap. And then we start your pavers, which is like a sidewalk kind of feature that runs to your front door, along the frontage of the road, and then it's your driveway back to your garage.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, connects to the driveway. Yeah.
Right. And so my memory was there's this gap between that 35 feet of 18-inch wide pavement and the start of those pavers as they run to your front door. And so I'm curious, what's happening? What improvements are going to be in that gap?
Actually it might be 44 feet total, Ken. 42 feet. It connects all the way to the sidewalk, that 18-inch.
Okay.
Extends all the way to the sidewalk so that there is no gap in between. So I think it's not 35, it's 42 all the way to there.
And that's really what I was getting at, because I know I had been curious about that last time, but I didn't remember if that had resulted. Okay, so now, the proposal by the applicants is we're going to have, it's basically, it's going to be a hard surface really along the entire frontage of your property, I think, right? 18 inches for the first 42 feet, and that's paved until it runs into the pavers.
Right.
Right.
Into the sidewalk pavers. Yeah.
Right, sidewalk pavers, which is a potentially drivable surface. I mean, I know those pavers are going to extend to your driveway, so you're going to definitely driving on those.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So that clears up my other question. So those are the questions. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioners?
Yes, we have a couple speakers. First, Kristen Van Fleet speaking as a group on behalf of Carolyn Garbarino, Chuck Effinger, Jessica Sheldon, and Mimi Wolf. And she has a presentation.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you.
Good
for
evening.
Hearing me again. Let her get the slides loaded. All right. So So we had 5 days with the poles installed correctly. We've done our best to make use of those 5 days. When they were initially installed, I did email Amy the next day to say they're not done, they're not right. And that was on July 27th. They were fixed last Thursday. A lot of people were out of town this weekend. It was the weekend before school started, so not everybody has seen them and commented, but we'll give you what we have thus far and we'll go from there. So next slide, please. We want to definitely enforce that a PC needs to remain over this lot so that it is enforceable. And we also want to say, especially after hearing Mr. Hayes' presentation, more harm is being done here than good at this point for the residents of Ellsworth Place and our circulation. They are not providing public benefits for us. They really aren't. And I'll go through that in a few slides. And then the ownership of the road, yes, it was mentioned in the Chicago title letter that it's a private road, and that's what they're going on right now. But the county maps don't lie, and it's been saying it's a public road since 1968. So that needs to be solved. It's still an open question. I tried to get that open with the city in an application over the last couple of weeks, and I've gotten nowhere with it. Amy sent me a reply that there is no such application that exists. So more has to be done there. And that is a potential benefit of this whole project if we could add that on. And then all of the false information still needs to be corrected in the packet. Some of that was already mentioned, and we'll go through more of that. We'll reiterate that this has been, sorry, the next slide. This has been our road circulation for this Ellsworth Place for 50 years plus, actually 56 years plus. The current plan is to remove every benefit of the current PC. That is our road circulation, and they want to replace it with less. What they're replacing does not improve our road circulation. It makes it worse. And we were directly impacted by a fence that was set 4 feet back from the property line. It had been hit by trucks. It had been pushed back a couple of feet so that it wanted to be at that 26-foot line. And that was a nightmare. We all sent in code enforcement complaints about that. And here they are wanting to give us less than that. So next slide, please. As I'd mentioned before, the proposed public benefits are inadequate, and we are potentially losing our ability to get deliveries. This was mentioned by planning staff during an on-site meeting of July 3rd that transportation was considering banning delivery trucks from our street. That's a problem in today's day and age when most of us we all depend on deliveries, or we can't really live here in Palo Alto without them. We want to preserve that ability. And we want to maintain our line of sight, or actually to improve our line of sight as we exit. And I'll mention that in the next slide on how we think it should be done, not what they're proposing, which we disagree with. There is inadequate street circulation by this. So right now, the parking lot, even if cars are parked there, away from us, and replacing 24 feet, which is a 2.5-foot increase over what it is now. It is currently 21.5 feet. If you look at where the white line is for the 20-foot mark out there, they keep saying it's 20. We're living with 21.5 feet. They're going to give us 2.5 feet of driveway width over the first 25 feet of the actual road. Because mind you, 10 feet is the sidewalk and driveway itself. So they're going to give us 25 feet of road at 24 feet and then narrow us down from our 26 that we have now down to 20 feet is what they're doing with it. That's not okay with us. That driveway entrance is the only benefit they're offering us, and it's not enough. Next slide. It said perceived width again in the packet, and this is again, I heard Heckman clarifying the materials that they want to use. That path of even if it's paved is going to end in his pavers where his family walks. We don't find that safe. We want that all the way across to the fence, because having paved road end at somebody's pavers is crazy to us. Like, who comes up with that? It's dangerous. And we don't want to live in a situation that's dangerous. Plus, they've changed those placement again. They've called it landscape strip. They've called it pavers. They've called it paving. We don't know what it is. It's still unclear. And every time we show up here, there's a new plan in place, including last time when we were here, there were new slides that the public hadn't even seen that you were going to vote on. And we hadn't even been allowed to make comments on them. So we want clarity in this. And we want to make sure that it's a safe situation that does give a public benefit. Because right now, we are really not getting a benefit of any kind at this point. Oh, and the one that they were telling us we were going to get with them giving us easement, that's already been proven that we already have that. So next slide. The parking lot, I'll show you this again. This is our cul-de-sac. We are used to 26 feet width of road over this parking lot. Doesn't matter if the whole thing is full of cars, we have 26 feet. They want to narrow us down to 20. Keep that in mind. Next slide. So I did some mock-ups here over using Google Maps, and you can see what we are used to working with now in the yellow on the left. What they're proposing is that they'll give us this 24 feet over the entrance. As I said, we currently have 21.5 feet. So they want to give us basically 2.5 feet of extended width over the first 25 feet of road. That's it. And you can't drive on someone's pavers. We all know this. Next slide. So we've come up with some options that do provide public benefit. As I mentioned, if they extend these road widths for the full length of the road and maintain our 26 feet, including 26 feet at the driveway, we already have 26 feet. We are used to 26 feet. We want to maintain that and also have it go over the driveway. That's a public benefit. And there are a couple ways that that could be done. Obviously, the utility pole needs to be investigated. Can it be moved? I found a solution online where they make poles that are end poles. I don't know if we have those in California, but it is there. So can we take the pole before it? And that's where the electricity seems to end anyway, and make that the end pole, and then underground Comcast and a telephone. It's not that much is going to that last pole. So if they can underground that or do some other configuration to remove the utility pole and open up circulation, solves a lot of problems. It needs to be investigated. If they can't, then you can see that you can still take the 6 feet on Honda's side and he can still build a house. So go to the next slide. The house still fits there. And the other thing about this is that his house footprint are 1,090 square feet. So this will be the largest home on the block by a lot, by 55% larger. If the house had to reduce in size a small bit to keep the safety and circulation on our road, we actually don't see a problem with that. And it would be more in scale with the community. Next slide. And again, this is our goal. It's not about preventing his house. It's about keeping our circulation and safety intact and how we integrate with Middlefield Road and the pedestrians on the sidewalk. Next slide. So they keep saying that 20 feet is sufficient. If you notice, their little car diagram has it stopped at the stop bar. In order to get out, we're on the sidewalk right now with the current conditions. Even that orange netting, we can't see over it. So we're on the sidewalk to get out. I tried to do a little Photoshop demonstration to move the car into the sidewalk, and you can see if another car tries to turn in while someone's trying to turn out, you'll have an impact. So right now we end up backing up and then someone goes around over the parking lot, and that's how we've dealt with it. We would like this situation improved. Next slide. We are looking to this point of the sidewalk where the curve is. That's where the road narrows down and the sidewalk follows it. That is where we're looking when we leave. And we only really care about this sightline on the creek side. The apartment side, the olive tree, the sweet maple, or what is that thing called? The sweet, not using my cards. Liquid amber tree. They're not bothering us. And neither are those utility boxes that are tall. They don't None of that bothers us. It's the creek side, and we've said this over and over and over again. We need about a car width back from what would be the stop bar, visible to that point, basically where the creek fence is. It's about where that corner is. There's still room for his fence. It just has to be moved back. His patio is untouched. It would be a good compromise all around. But right now, where the fence is located with the orange netting, it does not work. Every neighbor's complained. Next slide. And the 6 of us that went out and took pictures, you can see this is our reality. And there's another slide of these as well, if you want to go to the next slide. And there you can see what it's like when the pedestrian's coming down the street. He's already gone by the curve. And when I took this picture of my neighbor there, she actually backed up to allow him to pass. That happens a lot. We always give right away to the pedestrians. And this is what we could get done in the 5 days we've had. So additionally, we've asked, can we have an asphalt approach? That would probably solve it, right? If you're on a regular street, you have an asphalt approach, so you actually get to go past the sidewalk and the pedestrian stops. But when you're on a sidewalk, the pedestrian has the right of way, so you have to back up. That causes the problems. So an asphalt approach with things like yellow bumpy plates on the sidewalks, things that tell pedestrians, hey, there's a road here, maybe a step down curve or a wheelchair or bicycle friendly type curve. It would make them aware that there's a street there. They'd stop running into our cars because this has happened many times. It would show Key School on the other side of the street that there's a street there. It would fix a lot of things. And right now, to get out of Ellsworth Place, we go up an incline, but it's actually kind of over a hill, like a little bump. So if that was smoothed out with an asphalt approach, it might solve a lot of our issues getting on and off Middlefield Road, in addition to having that road width there of 26 feet. As I said, right now we're used to 21 and a half. They keep telling you 20. We have 21 and a half. That needs to be stated over and over and over. Next slide. And we asked about this. They mentioned they're going to move that bracing. Well, if they're going to look into moving that bracing, can they look into undergrounding the pole? Because right now that's not a usable spot, and undergrounding or getting rid of that pole just it just helps solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have other speakers?
Yes, we have Susan Light, who's, I believe, going to speak on some later slides.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be really short, and hopefully Kristen will forgive me. The real question that has come up is who owns the street? And I came up with the analogy of being an adopted child and growing up in a household and then not getting invited to Thanksgiving dinner. We have Palo Alto on our address. We send our kids to school in Palo Alto. Palo Alto Utilities is an important part of our lives. And when something happens, we call the Palo Alto Police. So the idea that our street is not part of Palo Alto is really difficult. And when I don't know what the exact number of feet of streets there are in Palo Alto, but adding 500 feet from Ellsworth is not going to be a huge impact on the budget of the city of Palo Alto, but it would solve a lot of problems. And that's why the adopted child analogy, I think, is something to think about. We want to be adopted. We want to be legally adopted by the city. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
And then one more, Mr. Bill Ross.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'd like to make a couple points for purposes of the record. One was in a communication to you tonight. It's from the handbook for the commission and the duties of the staff liaison, which also happens to be the principal planner for this project. There is a 7-day requirement for all material to come to not only the commission, but also members of the public. Ellsworth residents don't waive that. Upon review of the revised staff report, we raised the same issues. Specifically, the PC ordinance isn't complied with. The ordinance itself is the mode is the measure of the power. We mentioned last time, and it's still not here. There's no analysis of the consistency of this project, which is a zone change, with the comprehensive or general plan. There's a cherry-picked section in the ordinances now that picks out, I think, 6 goals. That's not how you do a consistency analysis. You got to do it where you balance and examine goals and policies of the general plan. It's not done. With respect to the CEQA analysis, I'm going to make this analogy. This is a zone change, almost from the beginning of CEQA. Zone changes are characterized as projects that are not otherwise exempt, right? What staff's done on page 239 is to try to add mitigation to an exemption. You can't do that, right? So, and that's an adjudicatory function, evidence-based. It's not legislative, right? We made that clear in the first go-round. It's applicable the second go-round. So the consistency analysis, a real CEQA analysis, which would mean an initial study. This is a zone change. It's not what's characterized as any of the exemptions on page 239. And notwithstanding that, we raise the issue under CEQA guideline section 15300.2 that you have, again, substantial evidence by the neighbors raising genuine issues about access, transportation, visual clarity based on safety. And those are issues that could be easily examined in an initial study by staff. So, you know, these aren't inconsequential. You know, you could go back to the beginning and say, look, if the staff liaison, who's also the principal, is still lacking an analysis for both stream bed protection and for the PC analysis, you know, you can't cherry pick those things. You have to go down and establish them. Finally, I'd like to note for the record that as far as I'm aware, there's no any type of urgency ordinance that's in effect. They're COVID either locally or on a statewide basis. AB 2449 is applicable to decision makers, right? It allows for participations in adjudicatory hearings, and the CEQA part of this hearing is adjudicatory. And I think the evidence base that's required to come in compliance with the PC zone is also evidence-based. Staff's got to come up with that, right? My point is, I'd have no idea whether counsel to the commission is watching now, whether it's online, and I see the cameras when I've looked on what's available to the public, and you can't see what's going on here, right? There are evidentiary conclusions that are before you that you have to make. I'm suggesting that's an additional element of due process that's not present for this hearing. Counsel and staff should all be present. I don't know where counsel is. You know, I've been informed several times, but I don't know that there's a policy for that, for participation of Palo Alto employees in another state. I've raised it. 2449 is applicable to decision makers. As far as I can see, there's no exemption for staff. But the principal issues are with respect to compliance with the PC ordinance and the CEQA analysis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Is that our final speaker?
Yes, I have no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, would the applicant like to speak?
Hi, Chair Suma, Ken Hayes again with Hayes Group Architects. So this is really getting blown out of proportion. We need to remember why we are here. We were caught in a situation where there were inaccurate city records that created big problems for my client and Mr. Honda. And so we're trying to fix that mistake from 1967. The safety concerns that the neighbors are bringing up, I'm not going to dispute them if they feel they have safety issues. But how is our project creating those safety issues? We're removing 8 cars from traveling on Ellsworth. We've removed the trash pickup on Ellsworth. We've provided a space for a delivery truck to park on our property off of Ellsworth, not blocking cars, that sort of thing. So I just don't see, and the home that we're building is actually set back further outside of the 35-foot site triangle than if there were vans parked in those existing 8 guest parking spaces, because as those spaces got closer to Ellsworth, they would block, or I'm sorry, closer to Middlefield, they would block sight lines. We're improving all of that to get through this process. The road is 20 feet legally for their access. We're willing to make that 1.5 feet wider on Mr. Nitten's side. Yes, just so happens that's where the existing pavement is today, but they don't have the right to be on that part of the street, right? It's private property, but we're now giving them the right to drive on that part of the street that is now defined by that asphalt edge. Undergrounding the utilities, honestly, if we need to underground more or move here, we just can't do that, is what I've been told. It's just not going to happen. So we're making improvements that we truly believe we can do to help mitigate this. The road's going to be 20% wider than it is today. The ownership of the public way, or I'm sorry, of this private street, it's irrelevant. We don't care who owns it. It's not pertinent to what we're trying to do tonight, all right? We're giving our private property to them vis-a-vis an easement or a PC development plan. And that's what we're doing. I don't care who owns the road. So if they have an issue with road ownership, that's outside of this project, in my opinion. And then lastly, and I'm done, the public benefits, really, we're widening the road 20%, giving them access to private land. We're doing a new driveway apron curb cut. The site triangle, it's not really public benefit. I had it listed. It's required by the city. We are creating fewer cars using Ellsworth. We're creating a temporary delivery truck space on private property. We've already moved the trash from Ellsworth. And let's not forget, we're creating a single family home. All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. And with that, we will bring it back to the commission for discussion. So who would like to start us off? Anyone? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I'll start off just very briefly with kind of a simple one. One of the a part of the motion at the last meeting had to do with the setback of the building from the creek. And the way the language was translated, and it appears on packet page 89, the condition is the setback from the creek shall be determined by a slope stability analysis. So I wanted to ask staff just a couple of questions about that. It looked to me like the applicant's proposal for the house utilized a 6-foot setback from what it described as the creek property. And so I wanted to understand if we have some guideline that tells us what a standard setback from the creek property is, absent a soil stability analysis.
Well, the 6-foot setback is indicating the interior side setback.
Okay.
So that's what that 6 feet is.
Okay. Because in the absence of the creek, that side of that
to the property line
edge of the house is considered the side. right?
Correct, because Middlefield Road is the shorter of the properties facing, and is facing a street, right? So
Okay,
that's the front, and the right side is to the property line of the creek, of the ownership. of
okay.
that
So,
creek.
and I just want to focus on that, the setback from the creek. So, and I'll just finish tackling this issue and then I'll come back later to do some other ones. But on the slope stability issue, and I think Mr. Sauls, I don't know if he's here tonight or not, but at the last meeting, he kind of explained, I mean, we can understand what the issue is in general, right? You're building a structure which will have, weight and density, and that will put pressure on the soil beneath it. And if you're close to a creek, you don't want that pressure to basically push the dirt toward the creek in a way that will cause it to erode or crumble and affect the creek, right? And I think Mr. Sauls explained at the last meeting that here, Matadero Creek is a channelized concrete culvert. And so there is no dirt to get pushed into the creek. You would have to have enough force to actually bust the concrete and force it into the into Matadero Creek. So I don't know that a slope stability analysis is really necessary here, but I don't really have a problem with utilizing it. The concern I had is the way this condition was written, drafted, is we have a setback and that setback is 6 feet, and that should be the setback unless the slope stability analysis says a larger setback is needed. And that's really what this condition should say. And hopefully there won't be an objection, because my concern is if we get a report back that just says the slope is stable, a house won't affect it, the soils guy or gal won't necessarily tell us what the setback should be. So I'd like to put that 6 foot marker in there, and then the slope stability analysis can say if that's too close or not. So anyway, that's we're not anywhere near motions, but when we get to it, I would like to see that change in that condition. So I'll leave it with that issue for now. I've got more later.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Garrett. Hello. Yes, Commissioner Heckman, what you reiterated is what I had said previously, that it is the outward forces of that foundation of the structure putting pressure towards the channelized culvert wall that the Santa Clara Valley Water District has had more issue with. Obviously, again, as you mentioned before, that it would either rupture, bust, or damage that integrity of that culvert wall, such that obviously it would collapse. So that would be what an analysis would demonstrate, is whether or not those outward forces would create that impact. So.
Are you, that's it for now. Okay. Do I have other lights or? Okay, well, I will say a few things then, and that is that I would concur with Mr. Hayes that there's some, there's inconsistency in the proposed ordinance that he already mentioned, and I think staff would agree with that, and that needs to be fixed. And then I want to clarify that no, we are not proposing that any significant trees be removed from the site triangle. Most particularly, I would like to call out the multi-trunk olive tree, which is of some age. And I would also agree with the comments from the public that turning right isn't the issue. It's the other side that's an issue. And it has to do with two grade changes. One, as you slope down on the sidewalk to Ellsworth Place, and you slope up to the sidewalk from Ellsworth Place. And it's also where there's a curve in the sidewalk and the street narrows. And that's what makes it so tricky. So I think any of the existing trees, there was no intention ever to remove them, especially that large mature olive. I, sadly, we haven't been given real determining information on what it would take to remove utilities that are in the way, and it seems like, though maybe not ideal, the hydrant is all right. But I have another question, and that is that the way the language is in the proposed ordinance, and I'll find the page, in both, oh, here it is. In both cases, regardless of whether it's 24 or 26 feet, as a swath of pavement alongside Ellsworth Place. Now, what Ellsworth Place is legally is a 20-foot easement that we generally believe all the parties that have an interest in it have a right to traverse. I'm really worried about this language, and I wonder what it means, and maybe it's a question for our legal counsel. There's no mention of adjusting or the easement, or making it a condition of granting either or both PCs, that the widening of the street be guaranteed in perpetuity, as far as I'm reading it. And I think, so maybe Mr. Yang can help with this, but I don't see anything except a swath of pavement, which gives the impression of a usable area, but I don't think it's guaranteed. And I think that we know what happens when sort of institutional memory, especially of a PC, is lost. And I mean, we have direct information here. And when I read this, I think about somebody in the future thinking, well, if that's my land, I'd like to put on that little paved area, pots of geraniums. So I don't see how this is guaranteed at all, the way it's written. So I see our counsel.
Yeah, the fact that this paved area would be incorporated into the PC development plan for each site would ensure that it would remain in that state. But I understand your concern that, maybe something like, something could be placed on top planters or something like that. So it could be included as a condition that the area shall remain clear.
Yeah, and I would say probably for perpetuity. I mean, and that concept of, because what they had before was sort of the feel of a 26-foot wide street because of the extra space in the parking lot, basically. And so I think to have anything successful happen here, we have to either condition it as a prerequisite of the PCs, and that it should be required to survive, these two PCs as a concept, or that, that a additional easement be created. It's so essential. And I agree that is, so that needs to be resolved. And it's totally missing from the proposed draft ordinance. And I would say the other problem for me.
Can I have a follow-up? Why would we not do an easement? It seems strange that you would make it's effectively an easement, but you're making it a condition of the PC, and that seems rather awkward.
It's neither right now.
Yeah.
And it has to be, there has to be some reason why somebody's not going to be able to just say, oh, they don't have a right to drive there. It's not guaranteed the way I read it. And I think Mr. Yang agreed just now. I mean, that's a pretty essential part of this situation. So that would need to be resolved for me before I could make any recommendation. And the other issue along Middlefield is too high still. It's too high, and it seems even higher than it is because of the grade. And I believe it needs to be, the fence needs to be brought back. Mr. Handa or whoever occupies that house would be able to use all the area in front of the fence, but it's blocking, and it's very difficult to see small people there, especially, and by that I mean children. So it was my observation that that was not adequate, and I don't know exactly how far back it needs to go because it's not something I can imagine, but I would think a reasonable place would be kind of outside of his patio where he wants it there to protect that area. And the rest of the yard would still be his yard, but it just wouldn't be fenced in. And I would say that it is not the case that everybody has a fence. You know, most people can have a 3-foot fence across their front yard, but many people do not. I don't know. I cannot say with any certainty the percentage of people in Palo Alto that do and don't, but I would say most yards that I can think of people I know don't have that kind of fence. Some people like it, and it's fine. And I think if Mr. Handel wants a fence, he should have a fence, but it should be placed. This is a different intersection because of the grade change, and he should certainly have a fence, but it should be in a location that does not obscure the view of exiting vehicles, particularly for, because of the grade. So I am going to leave it there for now. And Commissioner Aiken?
Thank you, Chair Sima. I don't have any dispositive comments to make here, but a few observations. Yes, I agree that the 3-foot fence still interferes with visibility in an area where it's important. A shorter fence might solve that problem. There are other alternatives that the applicants might want to consider. As someone who lives at a 6,000 vehicle a day corner, where noise from traffic is a constant problem and is a fraction of what the noise at this site near Middlefield would be, the front yard is not going to be usable as a front yard. So it's not wise to place too much weight on that particular use. But there are things that can be done to improve that space. And one is to build a larger interior fence set back sufficiently so that greater height is possible, and make it out of some dense material like concrete. And that's a sound wall. That's what you need to make that patio space usable despite the traffic on Middlefield. So I would suggest that might be worth considering if the original 3-foot fence farther out proves not to be viable for other reasons. There was some debate at the last meeting about 24 versus 26. And I ended up supporting the minimum of 26 because I believe it does add value, particularly at the intersection with Middlefield. However, I could see accepting 24 if the bottleneck that's caused by more flexibility along the length of the road, which is where it exists, which is what exists today. But it allows other sections of the road not to be widened as much as would otherwise be needed. So there's, I think, room for compromise there as well if we had the key information about whether that pole could be moved or eliminated. It does appear that those are low voltage lines at that terminal pole. So it seems to me that there's some hope that could be done, provided the strictly mechanical requirements of support for the penultimate pole are taken care of. I don't know any way to do that other than asking utilities or public works about their standards for the span lengths and support angles, whether that's feasible in the space that we have available. So we just don't have the information we need to know whether that's doable. All right, I think that's everything I have for the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu.
Commissioner Chang had her hand up first.
She was first. Okay, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. So I do remember in my original motion asking for the wider easement to be granted to all the neighbors. And yes, it's a good catch that Chair Suma made, that the actual PC language doesn't grant that easement. And so on packet page 81, the top of the page for 2B, it does say the new width of the easement be granted to all the neighbors on Ellsworth. So we just need to make sure that that actually gets properly reflected in the two PCs. And then I concur with my colleagues who visited the site and said that the 3-foot fence height does obstruct visibility. One of my thoughts was that because of the very unusual topography at Ellsworth and Middlefield, with the sloping of Middlefield as well as the sloping of Ellsworth, it makes a conventional site triangle kind of insufficient. And it really isn't the Dewey side, as everyone has noted. And so one of my thoughts was that it's not that a front yard fence isn't possible, but that the fence shouldn't be within the site triangle, and not only within the 35-foot site triangle, but also right along Middlefield, kind of in the front. I don't know if you're looking at A 2.0 in the architecture sheet, kind of in the lower right corner of the property. So at the corner where Matadero Creek meets Middlefield, that's also a real problem area for where a fence would be. And if you could push the fence further back than 4 feet in that corner, that also helps. And so actually, when I was listening to the public comments, the diagram drawn by, the diagram shown by, I'm so sorry, by Kristen, I can't, her last name is escaping me at this particular moment, where she proposed a compromise for where the fence could be, that actually makes a lot of sense, I think, in terms of it's from Middlefield than 4 feet. But I actually think that the compromise that Kristen drew was a much more elegant solution and creates a much nicer front yard, but achieves the same goal. But I think essentially what she drew puts into drawings what I observed at the site, which is where the obstruction to vision occurs. So those are my comments.
Commissioner Liu.
I'll make a few quick comments and welcome any additions or thoughts from other commissioners on this. firstly, I definitely agree that the language on the easement should be clear. Visiting the site, I didn't get I mean, it's always difficult to truly imagine like the day-to-day lived experience, but I didn't see as much of a large qualitative difference to me between the 24 versus 26 feet. But I did feel like the wider flare would actually be a material improvement as you actually pull out. And to that point, like, I find some of the framing around the side triangle a little bit odd. In the examples that Ms. Van Fleet presented, it seems like most cars really just pull up right up to the stop sign, right on that little hump. And that kind of goes a little bit past the fence anyways. And so from that perspective, you are a little bit higher, maybe like a foot higher, and you have a more clear view at the very base of the side triangle. So I kind of understand how like that would be the preferred way to like pull out regardless. And like that's where you would really start looking at middle field. To me, the side triangle is like important for like peripheral vision as you pull out, but it's like, it's not like the critical point. I think the side triangle does a lot of work for cars that are turning right on middle field to have a sense of who is pulling out of Ellsworth. But like qualitatively, you know, it just gets so tricky. It's hard for me to really make clear statements about how the fence should be or how the intersection should work besides the wider flares. The last point that I'll shout out is that we discussed last time that we should keep this as a PC, as a separate PC. I think it's actually, there's a reasonable case to make if we decide to move forward just on the merits of the project at all, to just keep it as an R1 with deed restrictions. The PC symbolically has more continuity, but it's also marginally worse for the applicant. If we actually think this project should move forward, I don't know if it makes sense to have any sort of like minor symbolic, almost punishment of keeping it as a PC versus having it as an R1 with deed restrictions. I don't know that that would actually make a practical difference, but seems like the more lenient or generous thing to do. And so I think we should do that if we move forward.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, could staff bring up slide 3 in the packet? In the presentation packet. Yeah, so the thing that bothers me is that the visibility really is bad when you pull up to that side. They're gonna be hugging that curve, and then the curb comes out just the wrong time. And that current sight triangle doesn't protect you against the bicycles that are down the street. So I really do think that having that flatter, so it doesn't have to be as deep on Ellsworth, but it should extend flatter, more parallel to Middlefield to protect you against those bicyclists and pedestrians who are coming around that curve there. That's a really dangerous feature. The other thing that's problematic is the fact that that sidewalk is higher. Is transportation online?
They are.
A question for them is, this is a private street and it really is treated like a driveway. Other places in the city where we have private streets, are they treated more as a street crossing? The public comment had expressed making this appear more like a street as opposed to a driveway. And I wonder how uniform are we around the city?
This is Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager. Good evening, Commissioners. I can't speak for all of the private streets in town. This one is is built as a driveway. I don't know why it was built that way, but that is how drivers should treat it. It is a private street, but it should be used the way that one would use a driveway. And just to clarify, the proper maneuver for leaving this private street that is built with a driveway entrance is to stop before the sidewalk, check if the sidewalk is clear, and then move forward and stop before the roadway, check if the roadway is clear.
Okay, so on other private streets, do you have a feeling about, are they usually like driveways? Or do you not have?
I don't have a working, knowledge of all of the private streets in town. It just depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, so two little issues and then a big issue. First of all, on the fence issue on 702, I saw the design of the fence and I'm hearing concerns from commissioners that notwithstanding the 3-inch gap between the slats, we're still going to have issues of visibility. So I wanted to ask staff if these, I guess it's a front yard, basically the 3-foot version of the fence is the front yard fence, right? Okay.
Correct.
And is there a prohibition in Palo Alto from using wrought iron for a front yard fence?
No.
Okay. So I would just like to put that out in the atmosphere for people to think about. Wrought iron fences are, typically a more open design, so you could see better through them. My perception is part of the reason the owners want a 3-foot fence and at this location is it's really sort of a modest security to dissuade people from just walking in or like stepping over a 2-foot fence. You got to have a pretty good stride to get over a 3. And so this might be something that solves the visibility problem while allowing the fence to remain, I think it's proposed at 4 feet back, right? So I'm not its own, first of all, I agree that at a minimum, 702 and Middlefield should have separate PCs, right? It's not good practice to lump properties owned by separate people in one PC. So there does need to be a division that way. And Middlefield needs to stay in a PC. For 702, I don't know that I have a real strong impression. I mean, my gut and training is that while I can't say that a PC has ever been used in Palo Alto before for a single family home, I don't know that, but I know that PCs are definitionally built to be flexible. You could use them in almost any kind of setting, and they have benefits in that way. Whereas R1s, I've very seldom seen conditions imposed upon a standard rezoning, and that gives me a little bit of cause for concern. So I don't feel strongly about that, but I would say I feel more comfortable with a PC zone. And I haven't really understood from the applicant, what their level of discomfort is with it that makes the conventional zoning with a deed restriction more desirable to them. All right, so those are the smaller issues. Here's the big issue. And I'm sorry I wasn't here at the last meeting to articulate it. There's a natural inclination when a proposal is made to develop property to kind of look not at the project being proposed, but at the surroundings and ask yourself, well, okay, they want to do this on this land. What problems can we solve while they're doing this on this land? And there can be in that process overreaches. You would, how to explain this? There are limitations on conditions that we can impose or require. And for example, we have limitations in CEQA. If you can't require a mitigation measure if there's not an impact that needs to be mitigated. And even outside CEQA, you can't exact rights from property owners unless impact. So there are real limitations in doing that. So where you often see this is with public streets, where somebody wants to develop something and the city wants them to improve a public street, and you have to go through this analysis. Well, is what they're doing creating a traffic impact? Because if it's not creating a traffic impact, then you can't make them fix the public street. It's just a public street that needs to be fixed. Because we don't have a public street. We have a private street. And what the commission was talking about doing last time and a little bit tonight is requiring one private property owner to give its property rights, not to the public in relation to some impact of the project, but actually to 13 other private property owners. That's what we're talking about when we talk about requiring that these owners grant easements to the folks down the street. And I don't believe we have the power to do that as a city, to require, no any more than we would have to say, gosh, this new development is impacting the value of your 13 properties. So we're going to make the property owner give each of you $10,000, right? We can't do that. And it's particularly troubling here where again, if we look at the impacts of what is being proposed, the only traffic impact on Ellsworth from the totality of the proposal is a beneficial traffic impact. It's beneficial, right? Compared to the existing condition, the long existing condition, which according to the photographs we've seen, for example, has had shrubs on the Matadero side for who knows how long. I know Mr. Dewey, I think, has owned the property since 2017, and we didn't hear anything from the neighbors that they've been on him routinely to cut those shrubs down, but now they're gone and they will stay gone. Staff has been in communication with the water district to trim the farther shrubs closest to Matadero Creek. And actually, it was odd because I thought the staff report said it had been done, but then when I was out there today, and I did visit the site today, it seemed like there were some shrubs right up against the concrete abutment. So I wasn't entirely clear on that, or whether there were some more shrubs that needed to be removed. But what is the totality of the proposal is they're taking pavement that is, well, first of all, there's really two sections to this Ellsworth Road that I think we can break into. One is most of it, which starts at the very back and it comes up until the point where you have to be concerned about the intersection with Middlefield. And whether that's 1 car length or 2 car length, whatever it is. So that back section, that's 20 feet. It's been 20 feet for over, 50 years. And I went to the back of it today. And, what I noticed is that at least half of those folks that live in those houses have either a fence or dense shrubbery or a curb that closes down that 20 feet or closes it down to 20 feet in that area. So, and then the other thing I noticed was a few people have pavers in the front, which they park on. And I was curious about the, a comment of one of the commenters that you can't park on pavers. That's how they're used on this street in a number of places. And that's the intention, I think, of Mr. Honda to have his driveway, which will be drivable pavers that can be used that way. So you've got this back section that's 20 feet and it's necked down by a lot of the neighbors who are feeling put upon by this development. But those neighbors, and this is a point that Commissioner Templeton raised last time, those neighbors are not saying, hey, we really need 26 feet here, right? This road really needs to be 26 feet. And so we are each willing to give the city 3 feet, the 3-foot frontage of our property to make it a 26-foot public road. We're not hearing that. What we're hearing is a frustration by these neighbors that property they don't own that happens to be in front of us for development isn't going to 26 feet, which as near as I can tell, it's never been, at least at the front part, which is the most important part, up at Middlefield. Because that's where the action is. And that's where I think the public benefit of what's being proposed really exists. Because that's where it is expanding from 21.5 feet, which it is currently 20-foot easement plus another 1.5 feet of pavement. It's going to now be widened by another 2.5 feet. So that's 24 feet. And then it's going to, again, this is part of the proposal, bow out to 28 feet, which is actually happening on city property because that sidewalk is city property. And then what we've learned is, so it's going to start at 28, neck down to 24, which is wider in the most important area than it currently is. It's going to travel at 24 feet back, I think 35 feet. And then it's going to have, if I'm understanding correctly, another 7 feet on the Ellsworth side at 18 inches. So that section is 21.5 feet. And then past that, you actually have the pavers on the 702 side, which again, create more space, and this temporary parking area on the Middlefield side, so it widens out again. So I think in the most critical area, we have clear traffic safety improvement and public benefit. And we can't require private property owners to give other private property owners rights over their property. Now, a quirk in that rule is that while we can't require it, if they volunteer it, we can take it and make a condition. And that's really what's happened here, is these private property owners have offered have offered to provide these improvements to widen the road. I think I understood Ms. Steinmetz to say that if we did an R1 rezoning, then they would grant an easement on the 702 side for the 18-inch wide strip, which I think is 42 foot long. And I think I also heard her say that they wouldn't be offering an easement on the Middlefield side for its 30 inches for roughly 30, I think 35 or 37 feet. But instead, that would be a requirement in the PC development plan, which could only be changed through a PC development plan amendment, which would not make it permanent to address the chair's concern, but it would require a public process to make that change, which I'm sure I can't imagine it ever even being tried, but if it was, you would have 13 residents behind, expressing the same kinds of concerns we've heard about necking down their street. So I'm supportive of taking as much as we can get from these applicants, as much as they will voluntarily offer. I would encourage them to, consider the concerns regarding the permanence of that 30-inch travel way on the Middlefield side that you've heard from other commissioners. And I would just kind of close on this. This issue really also impacts the utility pole issue, because again, what we'd be talking about there is requiring that utility pole to be removed. Actually, that's not actually a public benefit, because it's really for the private benefit of the 13 homeowners who live down the street. And so I just don't think that we can do that. So I'm going to be supporting something more in line with what the developers are offering. So thank you for giving me an unusually long time to make those remarks.
Commissioner Chang?
I would just like to provide a different perspective to what Commissioner Heckman spoke about. I actually agree with a lot of what Commissioner Heckman said in terms of it is not our job to reassign property rights. But in this situation, it's actually a little bit different. The application at hand that we were first asked to consider was to amend a PC. And in that situation, we're being asked to grant a property owner additional rights, which was to give them the ability to build an additional house where one is not allowed and permitted right now. And so we're actually being asked to give rights, and in exchange, we're asking to make something safer, not necessarily to give rights to only 13 property owners, but really what we're doing is trying to make things safer for the rest of our city, for all the people who traverse that opening on Ellsworth. There's quite a lot of bicyclists and pedestrians who are using that sidewalk, particularly given the proximity to the Midtown shopping area, and also lots of young children using it to get to Winter Lodge and the Kim Grant Tennis Center, and just lots of pedestrians in general. Those of us who did site visits, I'm sure saw lots of pedestrians and bicyclists. And in addition, there's the school across the street, and then Middlefield itself is a really busy thoroughfare, so lots of cars. And so we're just trying to make this area safer, because no matter what, those 13 households do have to use Ellsworth for ingress and egress. And if we make it safer for them to go in and out at that opening, we make it safer for everybody else at that intersection. And so that's how I looked at it. And I agree 100% with Commissioner Heckman that it is the front section, the frontmost section, that is the most important. And the reason when I was making the motion last time we heard this, that I settled on 26 feet was because I looked at our city's own ordinances and what is currently considered like the bare minimum in terms of safety for a private street serving this number of residents. And the bare minimum is 26 feet. In fact, it requires special director approval to go down to 20. And usually it's not in this type of situation. There's actually a whole bunch of other situations mentioned, but not this situation. Usually it's if there's parking separating a building and this private street, and there just isn't any of those things in this situation that would grant the exception to be, that would allow a director to make that exception. That said, I understand that this is an existing situation, but also it's an existing situation, and we are granting the applicant the ability to change the existing situation. And so that's why it's incumbent upon us as the Planning and Transportation Commission to make sure that it remains safe for the rest of Midtown, Palo Alto. There's lots of accidents that happen on Middlefield, lots and lots of accidents that happen on Middlefield. So that's just an alternative perspective, and why, at least regardless of how we decide to do this in execution, PC, or R1 with deed restriction, I think it's pretty important to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Egan?
I'd just like to put in a word of support for the section of Ellsworth that's not immediately at Middlefield. Folks have pointed out that we have the delivery vehicle problem, and it's recognized that it's difficult enough for delivery vehicles to get in and out, that the applicants are generously willing to reserve some space to allow the delivery vehicles to park. And when I raised the question of what the turning movements would be at the previous meeting, the transportation consultant described, well, you would pull in there and then you would back up into Mr. Handa's driveway so that you could complete the turn and then exit. So we find ourselves in this odd position of arguing on the one hand that this property that comprises the parking spaces now is private property and not usable for the folks who live further down on Ellsworth. And yet the only solutions we can come up with involve using other private property to solve the same problems. So I think there's a clue here that there is just not enough space for a simple answer. Thanks.
Put those thoughts on hold for a second. It's now 10:30. Do we want to, we have, I think, staff waiting for item 3. Do we want to, I think we should let them go if we're thinking we're not going to get to that item. But I'm happy to go ahead and try to get that item done too. What are my colleagues thinking?
I'm personally also happy to get to it, but also want to be sensitive of, restrictions for anyone else.
I was going to note, I don't think we have staff. I think we have consultants here. And then
their feelings count too.
I know. I'm staff for the project. And possibly George Hoyt is here. He's not here. Okay. So they're getting paid.
Commissioner Heckman, did you want
to? I can go either way.
Okay, let's just carry on then. I don't see any lights, so I'll make a comment. And I also agree with some of what Commissioner Heckman said, but I feel like and I have a lot of respect for Commissioner Heckman, but he is not our city attorney. He's a very fine attorney, I'm sure. And so I don't know, that argument was unusual. I didn't hear from our city attorney. But I will note that as an R1, the PC allows Mr. Handa more flexibility than he would have as an R1 property because the city doesn't even have to grant. The city does not have to allow a new non-conforming property to be built on at all. So I think the PC initially, I also recall that I think Mr. Handa wanted his own PC. And the PC gives us a little control, but also gives Mr. Handa much more flexibility. And the final decision makers and what Mr. Handa wants, it does give him more flexibility. I'm very moved by what Commissioner Aiken just said. And I think it's, if I heard him right, he was expressing concern that there's sort of a conundrum here that we don't have enough space to do what we need to do in this location. And that's kind of the Palo Alto, I won't say process, but the problem that I often see is, and my analogy is somebody with a size 10 foot is trying to squeeze into a size 6 shoe. So we really need to compromise here to get something that makes everybody happy. And I believe there was overreach in the process, and we have not allowed that. For instance, the determination of private or public street was not on our agenda. As much as I know that people really care about it, it wasn't agendized. It wasn't part of this process. But this is an amendment of a PC and a creation of a new PC, and those are supposed to have public benefit. I cannot find a way to think the 26-foot, which is a minimum width for a private street in Palo Alto, and by the way, it does not serve a street with that many houses at the end of it legally. So it is a real compromise, the 26, and I do not think it keeps. I think Mr. Dewey gets to do what he wants to do, and that makes me happy. I think Mr. Handa gets to do what he wants to do with maybe a slight change to where his front fence is, or the nature of the fence, meaning the material and how open it is, as Commissioner Heckman pointed out. And it also gives the other people that use this private street, their guests, and all the future people that will own houses or own properties that are served by this, a real improvement to the intersection. So I don't know. I don't think it's an unreasonable compromise at 26 feet. And I really appreciate that all the parties have offered so much. I also think Commissioner Aiken had an interesting idea earlier this evening in proposing that if it was 24 feet, but the last pole, which doesn't have it doesn't have a lot of equipment on it.
Yeah, it's not power. It's just low voltage stuff.
Yeah, it's just internet and stuff. It doesn't have power. At one point we were going to underground all the power poles in Palo Alto, and that hasn't been abandoned, but this is just one pole. So we have to find a compromise here, and I'm not sure exactly what to do, but I do see Mr. Yang.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment that, I think many of the principles that Commissioner Heckman laid out are correct, and there are potentially some limitations on the city's ability to exact more than what the applicant is offering here, specifically the difference between 24 and 26 feet. It's something that I would want to look into further. And so if that did make it into a final recommendation from the commission, I guess I would just request that there be a caveat subject to, additional legal research.
Okay, and I would like to suggest that another caveat be that regardless, that anybody considering this be brought real information about the cost of undergrounding poles or removing poles and that sort of thing. Because I think that would be helpful too for the city council or us if this should happen to come back to us again. I see Commissioner Rekdal has light.
Yeah, a question for Mr. Yang. This original PC is many years old, and people have been using this extra width for many years. Have they met the threshold for a prescriptive easement?
I'm not able to comment on that. I think it's unlikely, but yeah, I can't provide a definitive answer.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
Kind of comment and a question. First, just to point out to the Vice Chair Chang that the sort of the premise that here's why we can, do what we're trying to do. They've come to us asking for permission to do something that they currently can't do. While that's true, it also perfectly describes every permit application in the city, because that's the only time you apply for a permit is when you can't do it without a permit. And so I think that is a distinction. The fact that the thing they're asking to do is build a house doesn't really change the rules. I was curious about one of the suggestions that Ms. Van Fleet had mentioned, because I hadn't thought of it and I hadn't heard about it before, but her comment was on the apron. The apron that connects Middlefield to the asphalt of Ellsworth, and how its concrete composition makes it feel more like a driveway, whereas an asphalt composition would make it feel more like a street. And I think she even mentioned, you maybe put bots, those little bumper bots, like we do on our streets, to make it feel more like a street. And I think the concept there is to alert bicyclists and pedestrians approaching that this is a street. This is more like a street, because it's feeding 13 plus houses, and maybe even to have that kind of effect on the travelers along Middlefield, who see something that looks more like a street emptying into their drive path. And so I'm just wondering, of course, I realize that would be an extra expense to the developers, but what I'm mostly wondering is whether in staff's discussion with the applicants, was this ever explored? Are there reasons why it can't be done?
Sorry, I was thinking about the next item and the people. But the suggestion was to make
so
the
this idea
pavement go to,
this asphalt. So some work is going to have to be done on that apron, right now, to widen it out to 28 as proposed, 30 as the motion last week.
Right.
So some works, it's going to be torn up, and the question is could you tear out the rest of it and make it asphalt so it looked more like, the streets in both directions, there's asphalt coming into Middlefield. And so I don't know if we have, because it's a private road, it's not allowed to have asphalt in that location.
so
I don't know if Ms. Starlack is still with us.
Sylvia Starlack is here. But then, I mean, obviously having pedestrians step down, we want to have ADA curbs, right, from the sidewalk. If you're carving in.
It would have to be just like the streets, right? They have a required grade down with those bumper bots, and then it's flat across the street, right? There also may be drainage issues because of the way this, right? And so all of that would have to be taken into account.
Sure, it'd have to be studied.
Just wondering if I'm mostly wondering, was it ever discussed and discarded, or just never came up before?
It didn't come up during this process. It would have to be studied. We'd need Public Works engineering at the table.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I guess at this point, I should be looking for motions from colleagues. Would anyone like to take a stab at it? Wow. It would be. Commissioner Heckman, are you hitting a button?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if anyone else, I don't like to hog all the motion making, but I'm happy to take the first stab at it.
I don't have any feeling of consensus. So there's are we just developing something to shoot down and then move on to the next? Sorry, as my experience is limited, I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Well, I'm
can
willing to take why don't I put a motion on the table? Maybe if, somebody could second it for discussion purposes, and then we can start picking it apart and finding out where the issues are. All right.
If that's what you'd like to do, thank you.
Okay. Before I make the motion, I just want to mention that when I read the two draft ordinances, which are attached as attachment A and B, one thing I noticed is that there was kind of a bleed over in the first one, the middle field, of a bunch of stuff about 702 Ellsworth. And in the 702 Ellsworth, it was kind of the flip, a bleed over of the middle field stuff. And that kind of, and so the result was things, particularly, for example, when you had the environmental provisions there, they got kind of, the distinctions kind of got blurred. So I did bring that to Mr. Yang's attention earlier today, that I thought you really don't need all the redundancy and repetition. What you really just need is in each of the ordinance, which is already in subpart C, kind of a cross-reference that we had this one PC that covered two properties. Now we're doing two separate PCs. And so there may be, Mr. Yang and our legal counsel will have to decide, how to handle that. But so the motion I'm going to make is basically subject to whatever sort of these non-substantive changes that staff may make to the ordinance as it travels to council. So with that background, I will move that the PTC recommend to the council adoption of the attached draft plan community PC ordinances and accompanying development exhibit plans for, well, I guess I got to read all this. PC 2343 Amendment Ordinance Attachment A for the existing 12-unit apartment building at 2901 to 2905 Middlefield Road to remove the parcel at 702 Ellsworth Place, expand the width of the roadway onto the property at 2901 to 2905 Middlefield as proposed by the applicant, meaning 30-inch expansion. Provide one on-site delivery truck space to serve Ellsworth Place frontage properties and 4 on-site uncovered parking spaces and relocate appurtenances to enable the Ellsworth Place road widening. B, 702 Ellsworth Place PC ordinance, attachment B, to enable the removal of the apartment's guest parking lot previously required with PC 2343, and the development of a single-family residence shown in the development plan with indicated specific minimum setbacks, including a 6-foot setback on the creek side unless a greater setback is determined through a soil stability analysis. The expansion of the width of Ellsworth Place roadway by 18 inches for approximately 42 feet as proposed by the applicant. And the restrictions on the front yard height and landscaping with a suggestion that the applicant consider utilizing a 3-foot wrought iron fence in place of a wooden fence with 3-inch wide slats between.
I think you might have meant 24, not 42.
Sorry, it's a 42-foot long, 18-inch strip is right. The 24 feet is a different measurement. Yeah, that's the special setback, right? And and I'm proposing that that is per the ordinance, per the draft ordinance, which references with the correction, as Mr. Hayes noted and staff also noted in their slides. It's 25 feet for the middle field and 24 for the Ellsworth. There's actually different special setbacks for those. Yeah. Okay, so I think that is the complete motion.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Liu. Discussion? Or would you like to speak to your motion? Sorry.
Well, just very briefly to say, I think this is the right way to go. I think it's the way we need to go. I want to deliver to our city council a recommendation that ideally they would just adopt. And I'm concerned that the alternatives considered for this motion may, present them a situation where they can't adopt our recommendation and are wondering why we made it. So I have, somewhat of a concern about our credibility with the council and wanting to avoid risking that, recognizing that they have the ability to themselves explore a wider initial portion of the road than we might recommend.
Commissioner Liu, did you want to speak to your second?
I generally agree with Commissioner Heckman. I think urban infill is generally how we should build. And I mean, especially when you compare it to the open space project that we were just looking at. I think the concessions from the applicants are reasonable. I think the safety issues are largely pre-existing. I think there's still a lot of problems that need solving, but it's hard for me to clearly reconcile how this project makes those worse. So yeah, I second.
Thank you. I don't see any lights. So I will say that I think the council would find equally credible the very small difference between 24-foot street and 26-foot street, a fence further back, or as Commissioner Heckman recommended, a fence that is largely open, really largely open, but sort of symbolic of like, don't come across up this. But what I find entirely missing from this is any idea, that it does not address my concern that this is something that could evaporate because it does not contain any new easement or even a condition of approval for the PC that would give certainty that this was available for everybody to use as part of the road. And my example earlier was, what if somebody someday decides they want to put pots of geraniums in the 18 inches or 2.5 feet or whatever it is? And I think built into a PC zone is the idea of public benefit. And I think negotiating that, I have never known negotiating the public benefit to be considered not legal for some reason. I never have. I mean, it is a real negotiation. So I don't find the lack of credibility compelling. I find a slight difference in the two things, but with the fence and the 26 versus 24 feet. But it completely lacks any certainty that the additional, whatever it ends up being, part of the street would be guaranteed for everybody to use, including people in the apartment building and anybody who lives in any of the Ellsworth addresses or owns them. So that's where I'm at. Comments? Commissioner Chang, thank you.
Sure. As written, I won't be supporting this motion. I would have supported a motion that recommended the staff recommendation with a few modifications. The change about the 6-foot setback with the creek, unless a lesser setback is recommended, makes sense to me. The wrought iron fence, I would support a fence that's largely, see-through up front. That would be fine. Or no fence, or a very short fence. And then I concur with Commissioner Suma's, or with Chair Suma's comments about needing something that indicates that the widening of the private street is a condition of approval or an easement or something that is more permanent. And I stand by meeting the 26 feet, which is kind of where we had landed last time.
Commissioner Liu?
I'll just agree that we should make the language about the easement explicit in the recommendation.
So would you like to withdraw your second, or would you like to suggest an amendment, or?
I'm reading it and thinking about an
Okay.
amendment, but I'll get back to me.
Other comments?
Yeah, I have a couple. Sorry, and just really responsive. First, the chair, even though this won't sway you to support the motion, Mr. Yang did mention earlier that this concept of including language in both PCs about, and what I wrote down here when I was listening to you is to the effect that the areas that this 30-inch wide, either I don't know if it's 35 or 37-foot long strip on the Middlefield parcel, and this 18-inch wide, 42-foot long strip on the Ellsworth property parcel that will be paved and blended into the pavement of the road, be kept clear of impediments to traffic travel. So I would add that, make that amendment to my own motion to address that. It doesn't solve the permanence problem, which I acknowledge, but because we're moving, again, my belief is we can't extract easements. And what we've heard from the applicant is that they are not offering to grant an easement on the Middlefield side. They would only grant the easement on the Ellsworth side if we were using conventional R1 zoning, which my motion does not do. It uses the PC zone. And so we don't have, in my estimation, an offer to grant an easement. And for the reasons I expressed before, I'm not wanting to include that in the motion. So our protection will be the PC zoning. The same reason that people are here today to make a change to the PC zoning that exists, the 2343, this is the process that you would have to go through to get rid of that 30-inch strip on the Middlefield side or the 18-inch strip. Right? You'd have to apply to the city for a permit. There would be public hearings and notice to neighbors. And that's our protection, that it's permanent unless something different comes along and a decision-making body of the city decides that different thing justifies a change.
Commissioner Liu, did you want to? Are you still thinking?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be better done as an easement, to be honest. And I guess that this whole case really is proof of why I think that would be better done that way, because PCs, the meaning of PCs get lost over time. And I don't find this strong enough. And I also think I think you might find that giving the council a range from 24 to 26 for them to decide might be a more successful type of motion here, because I think a lot of people really feel it's reasonable with 26. I mean, a significant benefit, financial benefit has been given to both sides. And there are other benefits such as a nice new home in Palo Alto. No one denies that, but I just think we've kind of lost perspective a little bit, that we can offer a range to the council and let them decide what they think is better, since they are the decision-making body. And that might be more agreeable to a majority of the commission.
Yeah, so I feel like, Chair, at least you may not be, well, if you understand the nature of my motion and its reasoning, you know that I can't offer, the only range I could offer is a reduction. Since my range is premised, since my motion is premised on the most that we can ask for is what they are offering, that's the premise. So I can't make a motion consistent with that premise that includes more than they are offering. And I'm not going to do that. It may be that it could be that Commissioner Liu, now that I've clarified that I don't want to make easements explicit, in fact, I explicitly don't want to include easements, that may cause him to withdraw his second, and that's fine. And if so, then the motion will die for lack of a second, and somebody else can make a motion with a range or with some other figure.
Okay. Commissioner Liu,
Can we briefly check with the applicants just to confirm that they would not be willing to have easements on both sides for 2 PC zones?
we can, but we could do that if you need to, but I thought you were considering either withdrawing your second or suggesting an amendment. And
well, if the applicants agree to that, then we can add an amendment with explicit reference to easements, and I would be happy to keep the motion as it is.
Okay,
or I think both Commissioner Heckman and I would be open to that amendment, and I think it would maybe make some other folks
because I'm kind of concerned we're getting a little in the weeds here, and we should vote on this pretty soon if.
Yeah, I like Mr. Liu's suggestion. It may well be that the applicants are not comfortable offering easements on Middlefield or with a PC on Ellsworth. And if so, then we'll have that answer. And then Mr. Liu can decide whether to withdraw his second.
Okay, why don't you pose your question to the applicants?
I think they understand the question.
Okay.
Hopefully. Yeah, I think it's just the way we've used our terminology.
Probably not.
Yeah, the way we've used our terminology over the last 2 meetings has been a little bit sloppy. So I think this point is not actually clear to me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to take a minute there.
That's fine.
I can only speak on behalf of my client. And so that would be the Middlefield parcel, and we would be willing to make an easement as part of the PC for that 30-inch portion.
Okay.
Mr. Honda would have to speak for himself.
For my parcel, I would still prefer if we can do it as R1 zoning, and then we can do it as an easement. But if that doesn't work, and that option is completely out of table, and the only way forward is to make it as a easement as PC, then then it is what it is.
So the option of R1 is not on the table right now. So if you would like to answer the Commissioner Liu's question, it might be helpful.
And sorry, can you repeat the question in that case?
I think you did answer. I think you said as very unideal, but it would be acceptable to have an easement on a on an additional PC.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
if that's the
Okay.
only way to move forward, then,
Sure.
yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Handa.
And so then I would clarify that the motion I made, which in this regard relates to the proposals of the owner of Middlefield and of Ellsworth, includes the proposals that they've just verified that that the specified paved strip, 30 inches by either 35 or 37 feet on Middlefield and 18 inches by 42, would be the subject of an easement granted respectively by each of those two owners to the owners of the existing 20-foot wide easement for Ellsworth Place. And that's voluntarily offered by each of those two property owners. So I would clarify that that is the intent of my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I'm just going to read it really quickly.
To finish typing, and then I have at least one correction to get the language right. You ready?
Yeah, what's your correction?
So in B, the fourth line that starts 6 foot setback from it's the creek part property, yeah, unless, and it's a greater setback is recommended by the stability analysis rather than a lesser. So it could be more. It's not going to be closer than 6 feet, but it could end up being more. Okay. All right, and in B, the next line, expansion of the paved, let's put paved width of Ellsworth Place. By 18 inches for, it's the first 42 feet, the first 42 feet length.
Commissioner Heckman, can I just throw out there something? Because you're talking about the paved width, and as we know, it's not, the paved width is currently beyond the 20-foot easement. So
Let's see.
So a factor.
By 18 inches, I guess we would say from the edge of the 20-foot easement. That should work. After 18 inches from the edge of the 20-foot easement.
Commissioner Heckman, do you want to add language that is analogous to the 42 feet for the other?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. So I just want to make sure we get this right. Yeah, so now let's go up to A. And it's expand the, so in the second line, expand the paved width of Ellsworth Place roadway on the property at 2901 to 2905 Middlefield by, here's what we're going to add, by 30 inches from the edge of the 20, it's actually from the property line, right? Which, because that easement runs, right? For the first, and here staff, is it 35 or 37 feet?
37 is to the guy wire.
Okay, 37 feet for the first 37-foot length.
That's to the guy wire.
Yeah, okay, the first 37 length as proposed by applicant. Okay. So because we've, and then C, we have now the specified paved strips would be the subject to an easement which has been voluntarily offered to the residents on Ellsworth by both applicants respectively. Okay, so let me just point out that with this iteration of the motion, this idea that the area has to be kept clear of impediments, we don't need that because the nature of an easement is it has to be usable for its purpose. And so like, that's why we don't have to tell the Ellsworth person he can't put stuff in the middle of the 20-foot roadway. Yeah, so I'm just saying that's why I'm not including it here.
Yes,
because
thanks.
We've now got it covered in C in a better way. And I thank the applicant, both of them, for considering this. Hopefully, this is the path forward. We'll see. All right, so that is my revised motion. And I guess the question for you, Commissioner Liu, is are you standing by your second?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And thank you to the applicants for being flexible. So unless somebody has something to say, I'm going to ask for the vote.
I did just want to clarify one last item on B. Just at the end about the 3-foot wrought iron fence, if there's any sort of specific location, as was discussed earlier, that should be referenced to.
So
meaning, is this respective to the site distance triangle or other locations shown on the plans?
So my intention was to utilize the location of the fence shown on the plan submitted for 702 Ellsworth, which, as I understand it, are 4 feet behind the sidewalk. Is that right? Yeah. So my motion does not propose a relocation of that fence beyond what from the location proposed by the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody ready to vote? Okay.
Commissioner Aiken,
With great reluctance, yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Chair Suma,
Nope.
motion fails 3-3.
So in order, Commissioner Chang, Commissioner Rekdal, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. I think I said it before. I mean, my reason for the 26, I know it feels small, but at the sidewalk, the 26 is really important for safety. There's a reason it's in our code. I feel strongly about the safety of Midtown. I think it is incumbent upon us as the Planning and Transportation Commission to look out for the safety of our residents. Thanks.
Yeah, I would echo that. Also, the site triangle, I think we need to have nothing above 1 foot in the south site triangle.
I would agree with my colleagues who just spoke. So I think given the hour, we should make a decision about whether we're going to hear the third thing, because now we have to continue with this.
Well, I gave George permission to leave. He has to be awake in the morning at 7, so, or start work. So if anyone were to have building code related questions, we don't have our chief building official for that third item.
Colleagues, would you like to continue the item, or would you like to? I mean, we have to continue with Mr. Handa and Dewey's project, but would you like to continue the third item?
Yeah, I don't see any way that we're going to make that in a timely manner. So I think we're going to probably should just punt that one to the next meeting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think so too. I think this current item could take us a while longer. And so really I guess the question I would have for staff is, right now we have nothing on our 8:30 agenda for August 30th, right? We talked about that at the beginning of the meeting. So we could move this last item, the electrification, to that. It would be the sole item, or we could move it to September 13th. And so I guess one of the questions I have is your sense of the September 13th, that it's going to already be a very full agenda?
Yes, that's a full agenda.
All right. So it sounds like we should move it to August 30th and have a short meeting.
Does that work for you, Ms. French? Because I know there's
been pressure to bring it back to council, the electrification item.
But does it work for you to have a meeting on the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would you like to make a motion? Would you like to make a motion to move it to the 30th?
Maybe
So-
somebody else can.
We should wait until we can conclude with this, and then we can make that formal motion to continue it later. Yeah, thanks.
All right. So back to the matter at hand. So what I'm looking for is an alternate motion.
Would, oh, you want to go for it?
It seems like from what I've heard from the commissioners who voted no, the interest by those commissioners would be at a minimum increasing the 30 inches on Middlefield and the 18 inches on the Ellsworth. And it wasn't really clear to me whether the intention there, since we're 2 feet short, since 24 was that motion, and there's commissioners looking for 26, whether they were thinking it was 1 foot on each side or 2 feet on just one side. So I think you could, clarify that, and that would fit it. I also think probably to address Commissioner Rechtel's issue, there would need to be a change at the end of B where I referenced the wrought iron fence. And also I know that in the motion at the last meeting, there was I think it was part of the motion that the easement would not just be for the first 37 feet on Middlefield or 42 feet on the Ellsworth property, but for the full 100 feet.
No, we actually, that was what was initially proposed, and then we modified that to accommodate
Okay.
both Mr. Dewey and Mr.
Okay.
Handa.
All right. So I'm happy that's not.
So,
on the
and I
table.
think Ms. French can explain this, but I think it was not evenly distributed. And I think it's probably because it's sort of unused area in a sense, on the Dewey side, whereas Mr. Handa is trying to put a house there. So the distribution, it's in our staff report somewhere, was.
It was an additional foot on each side. I have my hand up, so I'm gonna.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been having my hand up for a while.
That's correct. That's what.
It's 36 inches. And Ms. French it's 36 inches, I believe, on 2901. And
It was 3'6", I believe. So it was gonna be 30 inches, but then you add a foot to that and that makes
So it's
it,
30, yeah,
it's 36 plus another 6. So
okay.
yeah,
Could you just verify where those numbers are in our staff report? I know they're here, but.
I was thinking it might be in the motion. So packet page. Sorry. Not.
There's the clarification on page 80, which describes an additional foot on each property. Was that what you were after?
I'm asking for if it were to be widen the street to 26 feet, what the distribution was on either side. It was not even from the middle, the way staff had suggested it. And it's in here someplace. But if somebody could.
Yeah, let's see. 3'6" wide asphalt is stated on page 70, packet page 77.
Yeah.
For the middle field, it says 3'6" wide asphalt.
Okay.
Which is the same as saying 42 inches, right?
And then what is it for Ellsworth?
Well, then it would be
Yep.
30 inches because it's
No.
8, right?
No, well, yeah, 30 inches.
18 inches plus 12 inches.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was doing.
Yeah,
is
it's on
adding up.
packet page 89, actually, the draft resolution, which refers to a 2'6", which is 30 inch. Right. So it was an addition of 12 inches on each of the parcels.
Okay, so if we make those changes, we can keep all of this language, but make the changes, the appropriate changes in both A and B.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rekdal, would you like to work on language for the site triangle on Ellsworth while
Can,
Ms. Dow is working on updating the motion?
can we assume that the term site triangle is well defined? Or do we have to define what a site triangle is?
The site triangle is very clearly defined in our fence code handout. So if you use that term, we'll understand what you mean by it.
Okay, very good.
But if you're thinking of a different site distance triangle that's not described as that 45-degree angle with 35 feet on each side of the intersection of the curbs, then obviously you don't have that.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think flatter would be better, but at this point, I'm happy just with the standard 45-degree.
Chair, let me mention that in the motion that we're looking at now, the draft motion that somebody might make, you need to take out of A and B as proposed by the applicant, because this version is not what they proposed. Right?
Yes.
So, okay. And then similarly, I'll wait for Ms. Dow to take care of B. And then in C, I think you just have to take out everything after easement, because those easements have not been offered.
And then also. The bit about the fence needs to be changed a bit too.
That's, yeah,
And
Keith's
that's-
working on that.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so at the end of B, delete everything starting and restrictions on the front yard fence. And say the site triangle on the south side of Ellsworth.
It is by definition on Ellsworth, because this B is regarding Ellsworth.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yep.
it doesn't hurt to be clear about that, I guess, but it is kind of redundant. Shall not be obstructed by plants, fences, or other objects taller than 1 foot.
Site should be SIGHT.
Oh, yes.
Just to be clear, because I think we always get confused.
Yeah.
Might I weigh in just for a moment?
Please.
Because there's a fire hydrant that's taller than 1 foot. There's some other things that are
Yeah,
there,
I don't
like
think this language,
stop signs and things.
I think we want to be specific to the fence here. We don't want them,
Yeah.
we've already said that they can keep existing trees. And we don't want to imply that they have to remove the fire hydrant, which is sort of okay, which is okay. So
I would say the fire hydrant, if we say on the property.
And I think you want to just say where you want the fence and how high you want it to be, because the fence is the issue.
I don't care where they put the fence as long as they don't put it in the site triangle.
Okay.
If they wanted to put a 1 foot fence in the site triangle, I have no problem with
Why
that.
don't we say shall not be obstructed by new, what was your word? Appurtenances?
Impediments.
Impediments.
Okay.
Including a fence, but new impediments. We're not telling them to move things that are there.
Yeah.
We don't want new
I mean, right now
things.
there's one tree there and the fire hydrant and then a post. Okay. The fire hydrant is not on the property, so they have no control over that anyway.
True, that just it's in the site triangle.
Okay. Site triangles. Everybody happy with that language? Okay. Do I have a second?
Just before you second, I think, and again, I'm not supportive of this motion. I'm just helping to craft it so it's clear.
Thank you.
In C, I think I had us take out a little too much language because we have to say who the easement is to be granted to, and that's to, maybe we can go back up to the motion that failed and see. I thought we made a reference to the residents on Ellsworth. Okay, so back down to this one, to an easement granted to the residents on Ellsworth.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Would it be residents or property?
Well, it's
owners?
actually, it's the property owners, right? It's actually, it's not even the property owners, it's the parcels. The easement's granted, right? It runs with the land to the, yeah.
Everyone ready to vote? Okay, Ms. Dow, would you please call the vote?
Who is it moved by and who's it seconded by?
Oh, good point.
I think the chair, I kind of got the sense that the chair was building the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second for my motion?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by, would you like to speak to your second?
I think this is a better compromise that I hope we can make stand in council.
Okay, thank you. I don't need to speak. And if I may now ask Ms. Dow to,
Chair Suma,
yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 4-2.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your no vote?
Oh, I guess, I think I've made pretty clear my concern about our ability to require an applicant to grant rights over its property to other private property owners, at least under these circumstances, if not under all circumstances.
Thank you. Commissioner Liu?
I think my position is also mostly clear. I'm not so hung up on the 26 versus 24 foot, but I think the side triangle language is a bit new and pretty uncertain on how that would actually pan out. And so I'm not comfortable recommending that to council.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the applicants and all the other interested parties who attended tonight and our staff for being so helpful. So
Sure. I will move that the PTC continue action item number 4, legislative recommendation to City Council regarding proposed amendments to Palo Alto Municipal Code, Title 18 and Title 9, Chapter 9.10, to facilitate the installation of electrification equipment for residential development to a date certain of August 30th, 2023.
do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Could we, does anybody need to speak to their motion or second? Okay, so we can just go ahead and vote, please.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. We have one last item, which is approval of Planning and Transportation Commission draft verbatim minutes of July 12th. So do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the minutes as
Thank you. Do I have a
indicated.
second?
Second.
Thank you. We can go ahead and do the vote, please.
Commissioner Aiken,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Commissioner Chang, we can't hear you.
Technical difficulties. Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Abstain?
Commissioner Liu,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Abstain.
Chair Suma.
Yes.
Motion carries 402.
Thank you very much. Do we have any commissioner comments, questions, or observations?
I'll make a quick comment.
Please do.
So as we all know, our housing element was not approved. This obviously will come back to us soon and obviously will be a really high priority for us in council. I'm curious if staff has any immediate reactions or any ETA for when this would come back.
Well, we do have plans to come as previously planned with modifications to our zoning code to proceed with what we know we need to do already, with the housing element and what we are committed to. I don't really have comments yet on the effort it's going to take. We do not have a housing planner. He left, and so the team that's left is discussing, use of consultant and use of staff and priorities and such. I don't have any reactions, I can say.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.